Hello and welcome to ZaranTech. Did you know that Salesforce holds over 19% of the CRM market share worldwide? Today we're diving into Salesforce, a leading customer relationship management CRM platform. In today's competitive business environment, mastering CRM tools like Salesforce is essential for success, and this powerful tool is revolutionizing how businesses manage their customer relationships. Salesforce is designed to help businesses of all sizes manage their sales, marketing, customer service, and more. Salesforce drives a 29% sales increase, lifts customer satisfaction by 35%, and speeds up decision-making by 38%. These figures underscore its pivotal role in business success. Mastering Salesforce means more than software proficiency. It reshapes customer connections and operational efficiency. In a competitive landscape, this tool offers insights, automation, and profitability boosts. We'll cover the essential features of Salesforce, including how to customize it to fit your business needs, track and analyze customer data, automate workflows, and utilize its robust reporting tools. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Overview of Salesforce. 2. Visualforce. 3. Apex. 4. App Exchange. 5. SFTC security model. Let's dive in.
Cloud-based CRM. Not exactly a CRM, but rather a kind of ERP that you can manipulate. But we are calling it a CRM in specific because it has some specific functionalities. The core functionalities of it belong to CRM. Though we can manipulate it, though we can customize it as per our requirement, and we can make it a full-fledged ERP system. That is even possible. So when it comes to Salesforce, it's something which is present on cloud, and it is a CRM solution. So for those who are not familiar with cloud, we will be coming to that thing as well. So when we say on cloud, we mean that everything is present in a virtual space. It's not available on your desktop machines. Now this also means that you don't need to install anything at your end. This is a software as a service, which means that you're just logging into an online platform and that's it. You're done. You're through to the system. Right. So as anything which is a non-cloud solution, you don't need to worry about its you don't need to worry about its installation, its maintenance. You don't need to worry about the infrastructure cost and anything. All you need to worry about is how your business should use it. That's only and only your prime concern. So that's why it is called a software as a service. Can you give me one example of software as a service? Anything that you're using in real life? Just to make the definition more clear, it's software as a service. And if you can tell me any straightforward example for software as a service. I'm sure that everyone has a Gmail account. If not Gmail, Yahoo, Ymail, anything, whatever you have. It's all software as a service. If you think on the same lines, you're logging into some URL. You're logging into some URL online. You go to a web browser. You need an internet connection. When you go there, you just enter your username and password. While you pass the username and password, it logs you into the platform, and you're ready to make use of it. So all these services that are available online, like Google Calendar, your Gmail account, these things are nothing but your software as a service. You're not installing anything. It has got nothing but just you need this internet connection in your browser and you're able to log into this. The same kind of functionality, the same kind of flexibility is provided even by the Salesforce. When it comes to any cloud-based system, we can although cloud has got various layers, but three primary layers that are there are IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. That is infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. So if there is anything regarding the physical assets and all, these are all the part of your infrastructure as a service. If you say anything related to environment, to create environment upon the things, that's when it comes to platform as a service. And if there is anything like applications and all, that is nothing but the software as a service. If I'm supposed to give you an analogy to work with this, you just think of a scenario of your laptop or a desktop. So all these hardware devices that you can touch by yourself, you can feel, all these are your hardware things. The memory in which it stays, the hard disk and all, these are all infrastructure. And that goes for the IaaS layer. Likewise, you do have environment. You may have a Windows environment, you may have a Linux or something that suits you. So when it is about the environment, it's nothing but a platform, right? And when you install any kind of software on top of it, like you may be making use of some Microsoft Excel, or you may be using Google Chrome or anything like that, that's nothing but software as a service. So this is an analogy. This is not what is meant by this. This is an analogy to understand what the things are about. Right. So Salesforce, when you say Salesforce.com, it lies to Salesforce, to the software as a service, the SaaS layer of the cloud. And then because it is on cloud, it has got a lot of flexibility, because any kind of application when it is on cloud, it provides you flexibility in terms of its maintenance and the usability. Let us assume, for example, when you need a service with Salesforce, you don't need to, as I told you, you don't need to install anything. You don't need to worry about it. But then how will you be using it? It works on the principle of pay-as-you-go model. So it says that the more you want to use, the more you should pay. Like I want to make use of the Salesforce service for 5 of my users who will be interacting with the Salesforce from any end. I need to have 5 different licenses. Tomorrow, if I want to scale up to 50, it's very easy for me. I just need to connect with the Salesforce.com support. I'll be paying for the services and I'll be making use of the service. What's the advantage? Advantage is that the setup that is required, the setup is very costly. It needs you to incur a lot of money in that. And what Salesforce prevents you to do is do not spend that much money. What's the point in spending in money for something that you will not be using always, or which is not your primary thing? Like for example, I'll give you another example in this context. Let's think about a scenario that you don't have any car, let's assume. And there are a few relatives who are going to visit your place and they're very keen to visit the entire city where you're staying. Now, one option for you is you go ahead and you buy a car. You have got a lot of money, you go ahead and you buy a car. But then the second thing is that the car is not very useful thing for you. Reason being, neither you need to know how to drive, nor you know about the maintenance things and all. Neither you want to go into that stuff because it consumes a lot of time. And the rest of the things you're able to manage with your husband's car, or maybe with something like that, or maybe with the public transportation. So the point is that just for this particular need, you need to have a car. Now, what is this option with you? The option is you go ahead with the car rental company and you get a car for yourself. You go ahead and you say that I need a car for which accommodates 5 people. They may give you a big one, and you want it probably for a week or for a month or whatever it is. So you go ahead and you are making use of either a cab service provider or a car rental company. You're connecting with either one of these. So what is the point? You have, instead of spending lakhs of rupees in purchasing a car, you have managed only with 1% or 2% of the total amount. This purpose of yours is also served. You are having a driver along with you. He drives the car, he picks you and drops you at the location wherever you want. You are just paying for the service that you are using. At the end of the day, neither the maintenance nor anything is at your end. I mean, you need not worry about anything. The rest of the people are there to help you with, right? So that's what is about the Salesforce as well. It does not want you to take care of the things that you're not having expertise with. Whenever you're setting up a new business, you need money for a lot of other things. But then for setting this infrastructure and all, even though these are not your core competencies, will consume a lot of time and effort. And that is what Salesforce wants to reduce. So it says if you're a healthcare unit, if you're a retail giant, or if you're someone new in the industry, doesn't matter. We are there to take care of your things, and you just concentrate on your business. That's what is the core tagline of Salesforce, right? So that's how it helps us. That's what Salesforce as a cloud solution helps us. It says that you go on a pay-as-you-go model. It's everything on cloud. You can log in from anywhere and everywhere, and you don't need any kind of infrastructure. It's just the internet connection that you're required. And all the maintenance and everything will be my responsibility. Right? So, any questions so far, anyone? Any questions, any doubts? You can ping me or raise your hand. Okay. So hope some the things are clear since we're not getting any questions here. So if now that we understand what cloud is, I mean, why we are saying why we are so much happy when it comes to Salesforce as a cloud solution, then what is there about CRM? What is a CRM? Now the CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management, as rightly said by one of our participants. But okay, so what is it actually required for? Why are we so much interested in this customer relationship management? As the name says, it's rightly about your business or your relationship with your customer. But why should we even care about it? Why is it so much important? So very simple thing is that until unless your customers are not happy, you are not going to do anything in your business. And let's assume even if your product is sold off for the first time and if your customer is not happy, it's for sure that next time they won't come back to you. Not only that, they will even have a bad word about your services and product. So you're not going to come back again. So neither those old customers nor the new ones. So that's why maintaining a good customer relationship management is so much important. Well, on the brighter side, if your customers are happy, not just they are going to come back, but again they're going to spread the good word about you. It's like one person telling next 10 and next 10 telling the next 10, and it will go in a factorial manner, and you have a lot of people added to your things. Let me give you another example in the same context. Let's talk about ZaranTech. You know, ZaranTech is a training provider. Now, if we are not providing good training to our students, neither they will come back nor they will ask anyone to come back to us, right? While if we'll provide them with the good training, what will happen? They will be happy, they'll go to the industry, they'll get a job, they'll be happy. Maybe next time onwards, while they're switching their careers, or maybe when they want to advance in their careers for some additional certifications and anything, they may come back to us, right? They may write testimonials. You can look out on the Facebook page, ZaranTech's testimonial page, or anywhere, wherever you want. The point is that a happy customer will always help you. And even more important fact is that 80% of the time you will be getting your business from the same client. 80% of the time. So that's what is the magic of CRM system, of a CRM system. It helps you maintain a very good reputation with your clients, with your customers, with your stakeholders who need to come back to you time and again to flourish your business, right? So that's what is about Salesforce. Any questions, anyone? Okay, so if there are no questions, let's proceed. So as we were talking about customer relationship management, it's a tool that allows to manage all your information about customers, partners, prospects in one place. Now, who are these customers? Those who have broader products. Who are these partners? Who help to fulfill a request through these partners. And then prospects, who are going to be our prospective business. Let me give you an example in this again. For example, let's assume Flipkart, right? So you are placing an order on Flipkart for some XYZ product. Now, while you place the order, you became a customer for it. Now, when this order is placed, you know that the Flipkart is a partial marketplace. So while you place an order, it's not there in with Flipkart. So what they're going to do is the order that you have placed will be fulfilled by someone else who is their partner. And fulfilling that order, the request will go to that particular distributor or wholesaler, whosoever he is. And when this product is delivered to your doorstep, this is done through e-cart logistics. Now, all these distributors, wholesalers, or this e-cart logistics, they are nothing but their partners because they are helping you to fulfill the request. And at the end, it's the prospect. Now, who is this prospect? This is the person who is interested in buying the product, who may be interested in buying the product in future. And that's when this prospecting comes into picture. right? So that's what is about, a CRM system. It is a business tool that help you manage the information about all these people at one place. Again, the same logic goes into the picture. It's your leads who will be turning as your prospect and finally as your customers. Because when you will follow up with these leads, that's only when they will turn up as your customer. If you won't know that what is the requirement of the market, you will never be able to understand how you can get people at your doorsteps, right? So that's what is about CRM. It manages all the modules. It takes care of your marketing, finance, customer services. It analyzes the trends. It helps you for implementation, finally comes up with sales, and you can manipulate each and everything. You can look at everything at one platform. That's when its CRM comes into picture, because it looks at each and every module. Everything is related to one another, and it will be taking care of everything out here. So to further move ahead, we will find that in Salesforce we have different areas to work with. Like there will be Sales Cloud, there will be Service Cloud, there will be Collaboration Cloud. There are much more rather than these. These are just broad things. So when you have to sell off your product, you'll be looking at the Sales Cloud. When it comes to after sales service, that's when it is coming to Service Cloud. And finally, when you have sold off your product and you are looking to collaborate with the others through some social networking sites or platforms, that's when the collaboration cloud comes into picture. So there are various tools. I mean, other than this also you do have tools. So this is just a broad manipulation. So then why Salesforce? Why should we go to Salesforce? There's so many other things in the market. Why should we only be concerned about Salesforce? Because Salesforce right now, it's the #1 CRM solution in the market. It's a cloud-based CRM solution based out of San Francisco. It's a #1 leader in the market space for the CRM, and it is so much popular due to its faster time to market. You will be very happy to know that a Salesforce project ideally ends within a time span of 5 to 6 months maximum, right? 5 to 6 months is a long project in Salesforce. I mean, you will be having, most of the projects that you'll find in Salesforce, they work on agile model. And every time, and there are 3 releases every year. 3 releases a year. I mean, 3 updates a year. Summer, winter, spring. With every update, there will be new features that will be introduced into the Salesforce. And this also means that if you're working on an agile model, and if the client requirement changes, there may be some new tools that may be getting added to the system that you can make use of. And on the top of it, why should you be interested? Because it is having a very huge demand for professionals. Why so? Because Salesforce as a company, it's pretty new. It started somewhere around 2000. And when it started, since then it is rapidly growing. It's rapidly growing. And with every year, as I told you that there are 3 releases a year, there are a lot of changes that comes in. And there is no one who can say that I know everything in Salesforce. So there is always a demand for the professionals who are interested in various sectors, and they can go ahead and take forward the deals, right? So what's the history of Salesforce? As I was telling you, it was founded somewhere around 2000. It was founded by Oracle executive Mark Benioff in the year 1999. And then a web-based service tool was launched. A full CRM suite was launched in 2001, and it had its profitable quarter, the first profitable quarter in 2003. And then they launched their IPO in 2004. They came up with App Exchange product, and since then there is no looking back. Sometime before, I think a couple of days before, I was reading a report that says that very soon the Salesforce is going to touch as a 100 billion company. Now you can think of this, that how important it is to be the part of this Salesforce fraternity. Let's move ahead in that context. So why do we need Salesforce? Why do we need Salesforce? So we now understand that it's an online tool. It's something which is on cloud tool, and it's a CRM system which can even be manipulated to a ERP system based on our customizations. Then, as I told you, we do have App Exchange. The App Exchange, what it does, it has a lot of tools available, some pre-built tools available online. So if you want to connect with anything, you don't need to build things from scratch many times. Many times. I'm not saying always, but many times. There are a lot of things that are already pre-built in Salesforce within the part of configuration. I'll even show you what's the interface of Salesforce. And not just that pre-built things are already there, but you can also go ahead and make use of some App Exchange product, and you can get your functionality within minutes. Since these things are already tested, this saves a lot of time from your side, and they're very powerful tools. Again, it implies also that it means that you'll be developing things far more faster than any other application. Now, let me tell you a very beautiful thing about Salesforce. In Salesforce, we have a new feature that's called Lightning Connect. Now, this Lightning Connect, what it does, if so, there was a question that was asked by someone that how can we connect with SAP, right? So this Lightning Connect even has the capability to connecting with SAP. There are some technical logics that goes in the backend that I will not explain for now, but what I want to tell you is that if you want to get the data from SAP system to Salesforce, I can do that within the next 5 minutes, provided you give me all the credentials. 5 minutes, and this is exactly, exact 5 minutes, right? You can think how fast it is, how quick it is, how powerful it is. It has got a very fast application development and customization. It has got full range of tool assist which assist in developing customers' own application or customizing the core CRM platform. So there are certain things that are readily available in Salesforce. You don't need to do anything. You just need to feed in data and you'll be able to do it. Right? And if there is something which is custom thing, which is not available out of box, even for that you can go ahead, you can create thing, and that is where development comes into picture. So you go ahead, you create UI, you create backend logics, business logics and everything, and you're able to develop, you're able to come out with an application which is really fabulous, right? So that's why we need Salesforce. Again, it's very innovative. It works on agile basis. You can focus on your business. There are automatic upgrades. Even if, as I told you, there are 3 releases every year, which means there are new updates coming in. Now, when there is a new update, it's not your headache to, go back and update it. It's not your task. Salesforce will automatically do this for you. And for this, again, you're not spending your time. You don't need to worry about all these things. You just concentrate on your business. That's what is the core USP of Salesforce. So you will be getting authority over authentication to the data access. You can control anything and everything. You can control the UI. You can control the database access. The security that goes is up to the utmost standard. There is a multi-layered approach to the data security that is followed. Once you will be through the session, you will know about the basic concepts of it, that even if you want to share a record, you can share that through multiple means, and you can even restrict that through multiple means, right? So that's what is wonderful thing about Salesforce. So moving ahead, what we are concerned about? We are concerned about certification. Salesforce has got a wide range of certifications to offer. Like you do have Salesforce administrators, app builders, architects, developers, implementation experts, marketers, Paradot. I'll show you the Salesforce website where you can go in detail about all these certifications. But we are primarily interested in learning about administrators, app builder, or developer. These 3 certifications. Why only these 3? Because these 3 are the basic ones. Administrators, app builders, and developers. Not even developer thing, this comes after app builder, but yes, this is next step to it. If someone was certified in 401, that certification is going to be obsolete soon, and the people will have to migrate to this developer thing now, which is a platform developer certification. So for that reason, I have marked this as also important. So let me move ahead and show you things on that front.
Hey there. Want to get good at managing customer relationships? Our Salesforce training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about Salesforce. It's like a toolbox for managing customer data, tracking sales, and boosting your business. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Salesforce Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So why should we be concerned about Salesforce certification? You may say that I know Salesforce, why should I be concerned about it? You need to be concerned about it because companies only hire the developers who are certified. I mean, it's not written anywhere, it's not mandatory, but while you go for any certification, out of 10 folks who are appearing for the interview, it's for sure at least 8 will have that certification. At least. This is what I'm saying, at least. Because you may have all 10 of them certified. And even if one of them is not certified, their resume is going to be rejected right away, no matter what it is written in the resume. If you are not certified, you won't get the job. I have seen folks who may say that I know this and that and so, and the company may say that you get yourself certified, thereafter we will hire you. So that's how Salesforce certification plays such an important role, and you need to be certified for landing a job in Salesforce. So to improve customer quality in data management and service and support, to aid in acquiring new customers, to increase the efficiency of marketing campaigns, to reduce the cost associated with sales, service, and marketing, to increase the customer satisfaction, retention, loyalty, to provide mobility of the business and profit margins. Now, while you go with the certification, these are some of the advantages that comes into picture. So, while let's say, for example, you're working for a service-based company, and you are taking the project from some product-based company, what they need. So let's assume that they are some e-commerce company, and they want their CRM platform to be designed in Salesforce. So this is how the scenario is. But then this can only happen if you as a user, you can convince them with the best of the tools that are available in Salesforce. Moreover, there is something called body shopping. So even for body shopping, companies need certified individuals so that they can tell their users, let's say we have got these certified people with us who have so much knowledge about the things, who know the platform so well, and the things like that. I mean, they can handle your system just like that. They are also aware about all the processes that exist within the system, and they can help you with each and every problem that you have. Again, that helps to, once you're certified, of course, then you have wider knowledge base, and then you know that what is it that is right way of doing a thing. So there may be multiple ways of doing the same thing. For example, if I need to send out an email, in Salesforce there are 3-4 different mechanisms of sending out an email. But what's a correct mechanism? What is the one which is absolutely right way of doing things? That is also very important when it comes to a cloud-based application. Because since it is on cloud, it has got a limited application, it has got a limited strength or capability. So to make the best out of those available capabilities is the core demand from the Salesforce end. So that's why being certified is so much important. Again, what is the benefit for you? You will have in-depth knowledge of the field. You will have experience of the realized situations. You will know how to efficiently do something. It will develop your analytical skills. You will know how to optimize something. See, again, optimization is very important in any cloud-based application. Let me tell you why. Even though Salesforce is a very powerful platform, it is based on cloud. It is definitely based on some infrastructure. Let us assume that the infrastructure is very high-end. But since the infrastructure is very high-end, it involved a lot of cost in that. So what happens actually that any of these cloud-based solutions that we talk about, these are all of them, including Salesforce, they are actually multi-tenant systems. I'm writing this word. This is multi-tenant. This is a very important term actually. Multi-tenant, and then the second term is tenant. Both these words are combined. I have written them separately just because I want you to understand that multi means many, and tenant means those who reside on it. So even if I have got a high-end infrastructure available with me, it won't be dedicated to only one company at a time. So it will be dedicated to several organizations. It will be logically divided between several organizations. So you may be using this area, I may be using this area, your friend may be using this area, your other friend may be using this area, and so on. So point is that on one server, there are multiple organizations that are residing. And of course, the resources are limited. If I have 50 GB of memory, it's only 50 GB. At the end of the day, if all these 10 organizations want 25 GB of memory, I cannot provide it because the capabilities are limited. Again, when it comes to multi-tenant architecture in Salesforce, the same things are applicable. A multi-tenant architecture, even though it is very powerful, it is designed on a very high platform, it has got this limitation that it cannot go beyond a limit. So while you are certified, you will be able to understand that how you can optimize the implementation of Salesforce so as to make sure that you are not overusing any resource, because Salesforce has by default placed some limitation on it that is called governor limits. Right? So they say that you cannot send 1,000 emails per day per user license that is given to your org. So it means that even though you have to send 5,000 emails, you cannot do that because it is a limitation with Salesforce. But there are other ways of also doing it. You can go with some app exchange product, you can design some service, some web service, something. So you should know what is the best way of doing a thing, and that is very important. And this thing you can only learn well if you are certified. What is mandatory for Salesforce job position? As I told you, out of 10, 9 will be certified, and you need to get yourself certified if you want to land into a job. So there is a hand raised. Just a second. Yes, we have unmuted you. Please go ahead.
I have a question. You just mentioned that there are thousands of ways for the optimization. So how will be learning that during the course? Those certification, are the certification covers those, or?
Throughout the course, so while we will be learning something, I'll be telling you that this is the best way of doing it. I mean, this is a bad way of doing it. You should not do like this and that. So with every topic, I mean, for example, you're writing test class. So with test classes, there are certain set of rules that you need to follow. If you're writing a trigger, you need to follow rules with that. So the best way of doing it, we will be telling you that these are the best practices. Now, all these best practices will be applicable on case-to-case basis.
So are we covering those during the classes, or there will be material on that? Because when we'll be creating projects and all those, you will be watching it, right? So how will know that what the tools or the coding we have done is right, appropriate?
So whatever I will be telling you, so first thing is, yes, we'll be covering in the course. We'll be covering with every topic what is the best practice associated with them. Plus, not just that, I'll be also giving you some of the reference materials that are available online specifically for those topics. Right? Because even if you search online, you will find thousands of pages of resources scattered over and there. But what is important for you for that particular topic, that you won't be able to understand. So I'll be giving you some specific links, some specific documented links from Salesforce that you can look out for in case of need. That will stay with you forever. Is this thing clear so far?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. So, yes, so that is how it is. You need to follow the best practices. You need to make sure that you're doing it in the best possible way. Business values according to employers. As I told you, it's all about body shopping, and it's also important for everyone to be certified so that you know the platform end to end. That's very important. And then salary benefits is of course there. You can always negotiate. You're so and so certified, and so you want to get this much salary. So that also helps. So different roles that you can land in once you are done with the Salesforce certification. You can be an administrator, developer, app builder, architect, marketer, Paradot, some implementation expert. But the basic levels, as I told you, is the administrator and developer or app builder. These three ones are the basics. These ones you can only proceed once you have landed into a job, and as per your job profile, you can go ahead and you can get yourself certified for these. But the basic ones are these: administrator, developer, and app builder. So let's try to understand about this again. So who is a developer? Who is supposed to be a developer? So anyone who is building the application on Post.com platform with in-depth understanding of Salesforce and its limitations. Again, the word, as I told you, it's limitations. The limitations, it's in context of these governor limits that I was telling you about. That since it is an on-cloud application, it has got some limitations. So if you are a Salesforce developer, you need to know how to do these things and what are these limitations and how to overcome this. So even though there are limitations, there are solutions to overcome that. And that's what you need to take care of. Then what is your task as a developer? You need to develop some Apex classes. You may need to develop some triggers. You may need to write some controllers. You need to write Visualforce, scheduling Apex, patch Apex, and things like that. You can do all these as a part of developer. Being a developer, this is something that is actually expected out of you. And being a developer for sure means that you're going to code. So coding, the customization of the things, that comes into picture when it is about developer. So what are the responsibilities? So as a developer, you're supposed to create any functionality and application logic that includes out of writing Apex code. So as I was telling you, you are expected to write these Apex code because these are not available as an out-of-box application. So if it is not available out-of-box, you will have to go ahead and code for it. This will be the part of your enhanced integration. Salesforce APIs you need to make use of to make your system more and more efficient.
Do I need to know, for admin, do I need to know how to develop the application also, or I just need to know admin task only? If I need a certification.
For certification, no, it is not required. For certification, this is not required.
So
but
separate,
yes, even if you don't know about this, you will be certified. That's for sure. But again, there's a but. Why there's a but? Because while you are admin certified, later on in your career, you will be moving as a business analyst or as a consultant or whatever is the role or designation in your organization. Now, while you are moving ahead, you need to understand the client's requirement. At the same time, you also need to map it with that of the Salesforce. So even if you are not coding, you need to know what are the capabilities and limitations of Salesforce, even in terms of coding. If something is feasible, how can you do it or how you can't do it, right? So that's why you need to know about even a development thing. Even though you are an administrator, you may not code. I mean, it's not important to code, but it's very important to understand that this is what is doable. Because even if being an administrator later on in your career, you would like to move ahead. And that's when these things will be required. You're getting my point?
I got it. Yeah. So basically, you need to have thorough understanding of programming also.
Correct.
So you can understand whether these features can be implemented or not.
Exactly. You need to know what is doable, how it is doable, and if not doable, what could be the alternative.
How long did it take you to learn this Salesforce yourself, to be an expert?
To an expert, see, expert thing will not come to you unless you have not worked on it. But yes, being a intermediate thing.
You seem like an expert.
Sorry, can you please come again? Your voice is breaking.
I said, you seem like an expert. You know it so thoroughly. I can see that. The way you talk, it seems like you have a very thorough understanding of Salesforce. Very good understanding of Salesforce.
Yeah, I agree to that. I do have a thorough understanding of Salesforce, but I want you to, I mean, for anyone who is not aware of Salesforce at all, it will, to reach up to an intermediate level, end of the training, I can assure you that you will be up to the intermediate level. But beyond that, it will be all up to you. The time that you are spending with the system, the time that you are learning through the system, you're using all your understanding to create the business processes or think about a situation, how you can do this or how you can't do this. That will help only once you are in some real-time project. So achieving that expert level will only help once you are in a project. But yes, up to the intermediate level of understanding, I can take you through that level by the end of the training, provided you do all my assignments.
The problem is programming is like, I don't like programming. I learned programming, I never liked it.
That's fine. I mean, I told you, you don't need to learn programming. You need to just understand this is how it is done, or this is how it is not done, or this what is the limitation, or this could be a possible solution at least. Even if you know this, you're good in a position to tell your juniors that this is what you need to do. Right? So even if you can tell your development team that this is probably the way of doing it, they can go ahead and explore. But you should at least be aware of the system so that they cannot come back and tell you that, okay, this is not doable at all. Right? So that's what it is. Okay, there is one more hand raised, it seems. Yes, Rashminder, please go ahead.
So Pragati, I understand that one needs to have knowledge of Salesforce developer as well as admin, right? So
Correct.
Just a question for this particular course, how much percentage do you think you're dedicating to the developer role and how much to the admin one?
See, in percentage terms, it goes something in the ratio of 45 to 55. There is no clear ratio as such because there are certain points in the syllabus. I mean, because see, let me start from the beginning. So the point is that syllabus that we have designed, it goes as per the certification that covers both admin plus development. So you'll be learning about both admin plus development during the entire course. Second thing, now certification wise, you're done with both admin and development. But while you go back to the industry, you work as in some of the project. It's not just these certification that is going to help you. It's something more than that, and even that is also included in syllabus, right? So there are certain common things that are there that constitute about 30% of the syllabus, which is common for both. Post that, some 20% more you can take for admin, and the rest for the development. That's how it goes.
Okay, so are we saying that 45% is for admin and the rest for the developer?
I told you there's no clear distinction because see, 30% is common. It's present in admin plus in development both. Post that, there are certain topics that are specific to admin syllabus. Rest, certain topics are specific to development syllabus.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Yeah. Thanks.
Right. No problem. So yeah, so let's go ahead. So yes, there is a question that will we be covering both admin and development? Yes, we will be covering both admin and development. Okay, so if you're a developer, you're also supposed to test. So testing of your own code is also the part of your plate. So you'll have to test everything. You'll have to write test cases. You'll have to work with them. And then you'll have to also, you may have to go through the documentation thing. Now, this depends on organization to organization. The documentation may be the part of your plate. It may not be the part of your plate. It depends. Yes, SP, I've unmuted you. Please go ahead.
Which I have is that you are talking about testing. What about the deployment and migration of the code from one environment to another environment?
See, deployment and migration, I'll be telling you about two ways of doing this. One will be through ChainSet, another one through the Eclipse. But there are other ways also. Like some organization, they do it through Ant deployment. Some others may do it through Jenkins deployment. Some others may use Git. So it depends what your organization is using. Here, during the session, we'll be learning about two ways, ChainSet and Eclipse. And you can use it anywhere. And when it comes to who will be doing this, either developer or administrator, this also depends on your organization. Though you need to learn this, I mean, both admin and developer need to know this, how to do this, but then who will be doing it, that is dependent on your organization.
That's right, Pragati, but you will be teaching how in the course that how that migration will happen and we'll be manually,
Correct.
we'll be doing that, right?
Yeah, we'll be
So
doing that.
from the staging environment, we'll be moving the code to the production environment, right?
See, production environment is something which is licensed, right? So license means it consumes a lot of, lot of cost from your end. So we will not be using production environment. Rather, what we'll be doing is I'll be telling you how to do it from one environment to another, and the both will be your test environments. And the way you do it right here, that will remain exactly same.
Okay.
Okay, that's how it is. So salary trend, that's the most important part. That's why we are here. Salary of an average Salesforce developer varies from this 50,000 till 180K, depends on your level of expertise, experience, and certifications that you hold, and also in which part of the globe you are. That's also very important. This is specific with respect to US. On an average, you can earn around $1 lakh per annum. Again, for the administration, who are these administrators? Administrators are all those folks who do not need to code. The very important thing is, though you need to know the system, you need not code if you're an administrator. There is a question. The question is, do I need programming background to be a Salesforce developer? See, programming background is not required, but of course, since you want to be a developer, you will have to put in some extra hours of effort when it comes to a developer. It's very important. For you to be a developer, developers are paid more than administrators is the first thing that I want to tell you. It's very important. If you're a developer, you will have to learn coding. Even if you do not have any background, you can learn coding, that's for sure. It's not difficult, it's not impossible thing. Because the course that we take you through the basic things, we tell you about data type, we tell you how to take it forward and how you work with this and all these things. But yes, you will have to put in some extra effort from your side. And also, developers are always paid more than administrators. There's a question, is it object-oriented? Yes, it is object-oriented. In fact, if you know Java or .NET, you will feel it very simple to use. Apex thing, you will find you are writing the same code that you wrote in Java or .NET. 90% of the symbols or the context and the things that will remain similar. So there's a question, is the Java knowledge prerequisite? No, not at all. I told you that if you know that, it will be helpful. You will feel that you're coding the same way, but it is not required at all. It is not a prerequisite, and it is not even Java. That's again, I'm telling you. It's the syntax and semantics that are almost similar, but not exactly similar. So you need not learn Java. But if you have any pre knowledge of this, you have worked on it somewhere, that's a wonderful thing. That's a good for you. You will be able to understand the things quickly. The Apex part at least will be more and more clear to you if you know Java. Okay. Yes, so for the administrator, you need to know the platform, but you don't need to code. You will be involved in various activities like deployment, implementation, application management, security things. You will be learning about data management, taking things from one system to another, from one environment to other, marketing and call center. So these things will be the part of your bucket if you are an administrator. So being an administrator, your responsibilities will be managing fields and all. Fields, page layout, assignment rules, maintenance of the system. So if there is anything that is changing, you need to make sure that other things are also changing. User maintenance. Who should be given access to what? Who should be able to see what? Who should not be able to see something? That also is a part of user management. Reports and dashboard. That also will be part of your bucket. Any cleaning up of data, any removal of duplicate things and all, that will be the part of your bucket, because being an administrator, you're supposed to do anything and everything that do not need you to code. Then further moving ahead, the salary. Even their salary is not less, but yes, with respect to Salesforce or developer, the same level of experience, they will be earning a little lesser than them. So an average $78,000 per year. So let's go in deep. So the very first thing that we say what is Salesforce is that it's a cloud-based CRM. It's cloud-based CRM. So what do we mean when we say cloud-based? Cloud means nothing but, okay, there is one more response here. The cloud-based CRM. So anyone who can tell me what cloud is? In a single word, what cloud is? So meanwhile you write your responses, let me write some more things about Salesforce, some more features about Salesforce. So Salesforce, it's a cloud-based CRM. It works on subscription model, as we had talked about it. Subscription model means you need not spend in for your resources. It works on OPEX. OPEX means operational resources. Operational resources. We had discussed in our previous sessions that there were traditional systems. There were traditional systems that were there, and these traditional systems, what was the problem or USP or features of these traditional systems? They used to work on, I'm sorry. So what was the problem with these traditional systems? They used to work on the CAPEX model. Now, if we try to understand what is a CAPEX model, CAPEX stands for capital expenditure. Expenditure. So what is this capital expenditure? Capital means money. Expenditure means that once you're spending on something. So the money that you're spending on for your long-term needs. Okay, the money that you are spending for your long-term needs, this is what is about this CAPEX model. So it says that you are spending a lot of money for your long-term needs, and should that be utilized for you or not is what about CAPEX model is what we are talking about. So capital expenditure means you are spending a lot for your long-term need. You are not concerned about how much of it is used today or not. Let me give you an example. You purchase your laptop, let us assume, I mean this is just an assumption, that you purchased your laptop 2 years before, and while you purchased it, you made sure that everything that you purchased I mean, you purchase a laptop which is having 4 GB of RAM and 500 GB of hard disk space, and while you purchased it, you spent in about 50,000 bucks. Now, while you did that, you were very happy that day. But now, if 2 years now from then, it's already been 2 years now. So when you come back and you look at what you have made use of, you just realize that out of that 4 GB RAM, it had been only 1 or 2 instances when you use the entire capacity of it. Out of the entire hard disk space, you just used 25-30% of it. Rest of it is still vacant. So what is the thing? I mean, you have already spent in money for your long-term need. You thought that probably I may be needing this. I mean, I've given you a very small example. It's not just about 4 GB RAM. You may say it's for the speed, but it's okay. I mean, I'm not talking about just 4 GB RAM. I'm just giving you an example that why should we spend in for something that is not required? In the previous day, I believe, I'm not sure if I've given you a cab-based example. What I had okay, let me repeat it if you were there also, or if you weren't, you were not there. I told you that you need a car for your friends and family to take out, but you don't own it. I mean, right now you don't have it, though you have all your resources to purchase that car. So why you don't own it? Because you don't know how to drive, and probably you never felt the need for it. You were able to walk to your office. You felt it was more a health conscious decision, and many other factors. Now, while there are people who are visiting your place, you wanted to show them the entire city, but you didn't wanted them to suffer for any other reason, and you wanted them to go in some car or something. Now, one option for you is that you go ahead and you purchase it, but this is a very bad option actually. You cannot purchase your car just for showing people the city. I mean, this is not your expense that you needed to spend in always. This is just not your plan. So what is then? What can you do? So the point is that you go ahead and you subscribe for a car from some car rental company, and when you will get a car from a car rental company, you will be able to, make use of that car. Now, while you're making use of that car, while you're working with that car, you're using that car, you're making use of that car, you don't need to spend in for much for that. I mean, in spite of everything else, you're making use of every facility. You have got a driver with you. The car is in good condition. You need not remain worried about the maintenance of the car. The only thing that is needed from your side is just a petty amount, which is for that per day amount that you need to work with it. Right. So if I am using the car for today, I'll be paying for today's cost only. And that is what is about the subscription-based model. Well, this earlier tradition of buying the car, it is nothing but a traditional system, the capex expenditure, the capital expenditure, something that you do for your long-term need. Similarly, in US, I mean, I was reading sometime back another concept that says that now in most part of the globe, people don't go ahead and they purchase home. They prefer rented houses for the things. Now this rented house, this is nothing but OPEX. If you see, it is operational resource. It is the only thing that is required to make the things up and running. So for you to survive, you only need shelter. It doesn't matter whether you have purchased it or it is rented. Right? The same concept goes here as well. Now, if you own a house, it's going to be a very costly thing, right? So it is economically not feasible. Well, here, if you go ahead and you rent it out, you're staying at some rented place. So what's the advantage? You are able to spend, you're able to manage within a very small amount of resource. A very petty cost is required for that. So that's what is a major difference between the two. So while you say capex model, it's for your long-term needs. You spend a lot for that. While if you say opex, it means that you only need things to make the things operational. You only need money to make the things operational, right? The traditional model, it was costly affair. You needed money for everything. Cost, the installation, maintenance, everything was at your problem. Maintenance was required by you. But now, what about this cloud-based model? It is a subscription-based model. It's very much economic, and this sort of model is what we call OPEX, that is operational expenditure rather. I call it expenditure. So this means that you are only spending for the resources that are required to make the things up and running, and the installation and maintenance. It is not your responsibility. Not your responsibility. Correct? So that is what is the major difference between the two. The traditional systems and now not Salesforce, rather I should say an on-premise system. On-premise. This is a broad, traditional systems and on-cloud systems. We have just studied the difference between the two, the traditional and the on-cloud. Now, while if you talk about Salesforce in particular, Salesforce is a CRM solution, right? So if we say Salesforce is an on-cloud CRM solution, rightly said that. So when you say on-cloud, what do we mean by on-cloud? So cloud means nothing but internet, right? So there are a few responses that were posted here. Can someone ping me once? I'm not able to get that window here. If you can just ping me once here. So cloud means nothing actually but the internet. So here, thank you very much. So there are certain things that are posted that it is not having any data center. There's no hardware possibly hosted at the third party. Correct, absolutely. You're absolutely right when you said so. So cloud is nothing but things are on the internet. You need not have any on-premise thing. Nothing required is on-premise. On-premise not required. Not required. Moreover, installation and things, they're not your responsibility. Installation and maintenance, that's not up to you. Maintenance, not your problem. Right. So this is what is the feature of a non-cloud solution. They're also multi-tenant. Yes, rightly said. Someone has just now pinged me this is a multi-tenant. Absolutely, it's a multi-tenant. Let us try to understand this term, multi-tenant. So while we say multi-tenant, this is the feature which is on cloud things. This is not just for Salesforce or some particular thing, but anything which is on cloud, you can easily give this keyword to it. That is about multi-tenant. If you understand what is a multi-tenant, so multi-tenant means many and tenants. Multi means many and tenant means those who are residing on it. Many residing, or you can say many organizations. I mean, this is a correct definition in itself. Many high-end servers, high-end, many organizations residing on same high-end server. Right. So what I want to tell you here is that what happens with the multi-tenant architecture, what is the thing over there? So just remember this, that when you're working on an on-cloud solution, on-cloud means, I told you that owning a home or living in a home which is rented is a two different things. These are two different things rather. So let us assume I have a home. I'm giving you this example with the help of this. Let's assume that I owned a piece of land, and over that I created 10 different floors. Let's assume only 3 different floors, and there's this ground floor. This is ground floor, this is floor 1, this is floor 2, this is floor 3. And what I did, I rented this floor to A, I rented this floor to B, and this to C. So 3 renters are living in this home, and I'm living in this ground floor. So this is what is happening. Now, if you look at the cost, I incurred so much cost on the land. I incurred so much cost on the building of this entire structure. I basically own this entire structure. Well, if you needed to stay here, you wanted to stay here, so you connected with me. I found that my floor number 2 is vacant, and I have shown you the floor. You liked it. You came here. I have explained you the entire rules of the house, and you agreed to that as well. And now I have given you this house for rent. Now the same concept applies to this multi-tenant architecture also. Now there are vendors. There are vendors who purchase these high-end servers. Compare the same scenario to your servers. Now there are these high-end servers that are placed at every geographic locations, and these servers because they are very high-end, they have a lot of cost involved in them. So whosoever has incurred this cost, they want the return as well, because everyone is a businessman. So they want to get back their original cost, plus they also want to get some profit out of it. So what they do, they rent it out. They rent that every partition to someone else. Someone else here is the organizations. So your organization need it, you take away one part. This part will be logically different from other. You cannot intrude into each other's part. Right. Same, there's a case when you own a Gmail account. You cannot see mine, I cannot see yours. Right. Likewise, all those renters, floor 1 cannot intrude into the house of floor 2. Floor 2 cannot intrude into the house of floor 3, and so on. Right. So same thing is applicable with this multi-tenant architecture as well. And if you are supposed to explain it as a feature, you can even write it here. The Salesforce has got this feature. It is based on OPEX model.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a core Salesforce cloud offering? Option A, Sales Cloud. Option B, Service Cloud. Option C, Marketing Cloud. Option D, Inventory Cloud. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there. Want to get good at managing customer relationships? Our Salesforce training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about Salesforce. It's like a toolbox for managing customer data, tracking sales, and boosting your business. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Salesforce Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
There is a question here. What if there is DE tenants? Does Salesforce have some database tie-ups with AWS or Azure or something else? So there is a question that database. See, Salesforce has got its own database, right? Salesforce has its own database, but okay, once you're creating something in Salesforce, let me tell you this. Once you're creating, you want to create some tables in Salesforce, you can you create objects, and right away there are tables that get created in the backend. And it is Salesforce own database. It is not supported by any other. But if you want, let's assume you want that some of your features should remain with Salesforce, and you want your database to be in some other layer, you can do that. But that is not about Salesforce. That is about Force.com that allows you for this platform related services. You may go to Heroku where you can develop and you can make use of some other database. So I mean there are things that you can do that I mean there are various products that are offered by Salesforce company itself, and you can make use of those products. But what we are talking about right now is Salesforce.com or Salesforce itself, the platform, the Salesforce platform itself, the Salesforce layer itself. Right. So though you can do this, there are possibilities, there are products available for you through this Salesforce company itself. Salesforce company, I mean Salesforce.com is a company that has launched several products. They have acquired several products rather. Heroku was one of its acquisitions. So you can look into that. There are options available for you, but practically, I mean, if you think in terms of that, Salesforce is your Salesforce.com. It has its own database. You need not go outside if you're working with this. And even this is better. This is better. If once you'll start working on this, you'll realize that this is much, much better than connecting with any other system. Because as you know, I mean, you must be knowing about this. Integration had always been a pain point. And this is what Salesforce saves you from at many points. I mean, I'm not saying that it will save you at every integration point. No, that's not the case. Many times you will have to write code to integrate through web services. But the main thing is that now it has got so many features that the pain of integrating with the other environment that has drastically gone down. So I probably would have told you about this earlier too, that if I want to connect with any other database, I can do that within the next 5 minutes, provided I do have all the connections and provided they're exposed to certain protocols. So this is what I mean, the pain of these things that will be reduced if you're fully working on Salesforce instance. Right? So have I answered your question? All right. Yeah. So let us move ahead. As I was explaining here, that Salesforce, as I told you, it's a cloud-based CRM solution. Of course, it is also based on subscription-based model. Subscription-based model. And we also said that, okay, subscription. Okay, yeah, so it's also a subscription-based model. Okay, so it's based on subscription-based model. Then of course it is not on-premise. You need not worry about installation and all. One more thing that you should remember is that while we say Salesforce.com, we are talking about the SaaS layer of cloud, the software as a service. This is what we are talking about. Now, what is this? So we said that cloud is all about this, then that. But if you talk about the layers of cloud, I mean, I'm just giving you a brief introduction on this, layers of cloud. So just remember this thing, that while we say layers of cloud, these are not essentially these 3 layers. There are many layers to it. Like there could be network layer, there could be data layer, there could be even connecting layers based on the services. So there are different kinds of layers. But the 3 prime layers which constitute the cloud, that is IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. So IaaS means infrastructure as a service. IaaS means, just a second, it's infrastructure as a service. Okay. PaaS means platform as a service, platform as a service? Well, if you say SaaS, it's software as a service. Software as a service. Now, to understand this, the simplest analogy is that of the desktop. Now, when we say infrastructure, it's all about physical things that you have, all the physical devices, setups that you have. That's what is about us. When we say platform, it's nothing but the kind of environment that you are creating. That's about PaaS. And when you say SaaS, it's about software. Software or applications. So software is already written. Let me write out applications. So different applications that you create. To understand this, you can make use of various analogies. So what you can do, you can take an example of pizza. So you do have pizza, right? So if you go to create a pizza at your place, if you decide that you're not going to purchase it from any of vendors, so what you will do, you will get everything at your end, right from pizza base to pizza sauces to oven and everything. You will get that at your place. You will create it. Then you will have sauce bottles and you will have some dining chairs. You'll sit on that and you'll eat it, right? That's when it's an on-premise thing. It's every responsibility is yours. Everything you are doing at your end. It will take so much time from your side. So this is one of the features. While you are talking about any on-premise system, it takes a lot of time. It takes expertise to maintain or to do certain tasks. While here, the task is so much reduced. You need not worry about anything. Your time is saved. Time is money after all. So reduced time, reduced effort, reduced expertise is required now. Reduced time, effort, and expertise. Right? So the expertise to install something, to maintain something, all this is no longer your responsibility, and that's what has made it different. Right? Same thing here as well. I mean, you need not maintain or install anything, and so much of your time is reduced. Well, let us consider another example. If you get the base and things by yourself, if somebody gets the base and things for you, and you just have to cook it, your ass layer is gone. So infrastructure as a service is provided by someone. You just ordered from, let's assume, Big Basket. You ordered everything from Big Basket. The things are at your place. So as thing is done, infrastructure thing is done. PaaS layer to create the platform of it to be created. You created everything with the help of oven, and also someone delivers the oven and things to you as well. Well, there is this SaaS layer. So PaaS layer is also done. Well, if you go to the store itself, you dine in there, even the chairs and things are not needed, right? So the thing is that you are going there only to eat. In this case, all these three layers are covered. Likewise, if you think of desktop. Now, while you think of desktop, your SaaS, your physical devices that you can touch or feel, those will be your PaaS layer. The environment that you're creating, like Linux, Windows, and all that, are your PaaS layer. Likewise, if you see SaaS software, the Windows, Microsoft services that you have, the Office suite, Microsoft Office suite, that is nothing but the SaaS layer itself, right? So there's so many things. There are so many examples that you can take here. So these are the three basic layers of cloud. As I told you, these are not the only layer, but the basic layers only. Right. So same thing here as well. When you say Salesforce.com, you're talking about SaaS layer of cloud. That needs you to just take care of your software and nothing else. When everything is installed at your end, you're able to work with it. One of the most prominent example of this is Gmail, which you're using regularly in your daily lives. Right. So that is SaaS layer, software as a service. If you talk about Force.com is actually the PaaS layer of it. Or even if you say Heroku, that's also even a PaaS layer of it. That is platform as a service. Right? So that's what is about this. Then all the other features like multi-tenant architecture is also about SaaS layer, Salesforce, the subscription model, that's also about SaaS layer. So today, if you're a company of 5 people, that's very good. You can get yourself the license for those 5 people as per requirement. Tomorrow, if you're going to 50, you can get even that. So that's the subscription-based model that you have here. Okay, you don't see hand raising button. Okay, hand raising it must be at the bottom side. Okay, it's on the panel that is on the left hand side. On the screen that is there on your right, there is this small colored thing, small thing that is there for raising your hand. You're not able to see that. Okay. Can someone give a sign for what it looks like when it comes to hand raising? And where can you find that? Sagar has a question that he's not able to see the hand raising option. Okay, Aman has responded that there's a yellow hand with a green colored arrow on it. Can you find that now, Sagar? Yeah, you need to click it. The moment you will click that, okay, it's not there. Okay, okay, what I will do is I'll paste a. Okay, Shaji has responded. Right click to your name, left to file, view help options. I'll check this at your end. I'll give you this what is it? The snapshot of the hand raising thing. Right now I'm not able to find it. If you can find it on the control panel, it's there. Everyone can see there. And it should ideally be same for all. That's why, Sagar, just check there in the control panel. There's a yellow hand with a green arrow on it. You need to click on it. The moment you'll click, your hand will be raised automatically. What you can also do is you can ping your questions as well. No, it's a yellow hand with a green arrow. Okay. Okay, Sagar, what I will do is I'll send you a snapshot. I'll upload a snapshot on the discussion board. Right now I don't have it with me. I'll have to find it from the web. So once I'll get it, I'll upload it on the discussion board. You will be able to find it out from the next session. So you can get it from there. What you can do for now is you just ping me through the chat window if there are any questions in between. Okay. But it should be there. Actually, it should be on the panel. If it is not there, I'll ping you. I mean, I'll upload the image. You can find it there then. Okay. Yeah. So what we were discussing about that again, it is subscription-based model. As we said, that at any moment, if you are growing or if you are shrinking, you can subscribe or unsubscribe to the number of licenses that you have. So that's what is about this Salesforce.com. Now, as we were talking about this, we said that it is a cloud-based CRM solution, right? So the another term that pops in here is CRM. CRM. So we need to understand what is there for CRM. Why should we be concerned about it? Again, another thing. So while we say it's a CRM solution, CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management. Customer Relationship Management. Now, what about this? What is there about this customer relationship management? And why should we be concerned about it? So as the name says, it's a customer in the relationship with the management. So let us see if today I'm selling off some product or service. What I need to take care of it is I should provide you with some good services so that you come back to me. Being an organization, it's a responsibility of every organization to keep on maintaining its customer base. Now, for example, if I have sold you some product for today, my task is yet not done. I need to serve you time and again, so that, I need to help you with that everything that I can, so that you come back to me again. Like, let me give you an example in this context. You have Apple, right? Apple companies, they manufacture phones, tablets, laptops, and all. So if you have used ever an Apple product, you will know that what they do for 1 year, they have full replacement policy at the first place. Though their products are very good, really good, and even then, if you are facing some difficulty, they'll immediately replace the product within a span of 1 year. Now, what is the good thing about them? With the help of this, the replacement policy that they have maintained such a good rapport with their customers that their customers, it is said that once you have used a product from Apple, you won't like anything else, right? So it is just like that. So your CRM should be that much strong that you don't move afterward from that organization to other. And it is very much important. If you see how 80% of the time your business will be brought by only those customers who have brought your product, and moreover the word of mouth. So let's say today, if I have bought one product, I may probably be telling it to another 10 folks in my family. Let's say I bought this product from Apple and it is very good. It is really very good. I had never had this kind of user experience ever. And this happens with everyone, right? So the same thing is applicable for other organizations, products or services as well. So let us assume today you are taking training from Salesforce, and tomorrow, as a result of this training, if you like the training, you will come back to us, maybe for upgrade in your career, or if not for upgrade, you may probably like to, while you are switching from one career to another, then you will come back to us probably. So there could be various reasons. It's not just about this. And maybe when in your family someone is there and they want to progress further, you may ask them to come along. You may have a good training from here. You want to learn Hadoop tomorrow, you may come back to us. You want to learn about business processes, you may come back to us again. So whatever it is, we're just giving you certain examples. It's all about CRM. It's all about customer relationship management. So good CRM means maintaining the entire customer base that you have for now and getting in your customers, getting in new customers as well. To this entire CRM cycle, if I have to explain the CRM cycle in some few points, I would say the first step is customer acquisition. Then you have customer maintenance. Just a second. Customer acquisition, customer retention. Yeah, so customer acquisition, customer retention, and new customers. Expansion, rather I should write customer expansion. Customer expansion. Now let me explain this with another example. Now let us assume I have given you a customer acquisition, and let me take an example which will explain everything. So let's assume you have to purchase some pair of shoes. You know that this you have to purchase from store XYZ. You know what's the way to this? You take your car and you start driving towards the shop. Now on the way to the shop, you find some hoardings placed on the way for this new shop which is recently opened. And you decide that let's have a look. What's wrong in having a look at that? So you go there, you stop there for a moment, you go into the shop, you start looking out for the things, and you find that there are some interesting products and some interesting offers on them as well. So you feel that it will lower your burden on the pocket that you're going to purchase, and so you go ahead and you start purchasing the things from there. So you start analyzing the things as per your requirement, and you find a very good product for you, and you go ahead and you go for the billing of that product. Now, once you go for the billing, you have paid the bill. What has basically happened is, this is customer acquisition. The very first step, customer acquisition has already taken place. So you being a customer, the shop, what they have done for you, they have acquired you as a new customer. That's what is about customer acquisition. Being a company, you need to acquire new customers providing them with the good products or services, and along with them, if you provide them some good offers, they are definitely coming back to you. So even if they're a loyal customer of some XYZ company, if there is some interesting product, they may come back to you. I'm not saying in every case they will come back to you. For example, if you're using some particular soap, you may probably never ever switch from one to other. So it depends. There are many factors there. But yes, you need to acquire new customers. For that, probably you may be giving them some complimentary offers or something. Right. So that's the first step. So the very first time when you paid the bill for your very first product, you were acquired by this shop as a customer. And that was the first step of this customer acquisition. Second step. The moment you paid the bill, this customer care center, he handled you with a card, and this was a loyalty card. He said, as a result of today's shopping, sir, you have already earned 15 points. And when you will gather 100 points, we will redeem it. And this every point of yours, it costs 2 rupees. Let's assume. I'm just giving you an example. Now this means 100 points, you'll be getting 200 cash back. Wow, such a great thing. You're getting money out of your own money. That's a very big thing. So you're very happy as a customer. You think that, wow, this was such a wonderful offer. I got what I needed, even better than that. And I have also got some complimentary gifts. I got a cashback, and then I'm also getting on the top of it this loyalty points that I can redeem once I have these 100 points collected with me. So another great thing to be happy about. So very good. You went home, you told your wife, your family, everyone about this. But what the customer care center did actually, they retained you. How come? So you just think about this. In order to exhaust those 100 points, in order to get the cashback for those 100 points and the 15 points that you have already earned, you will again go think like, okay, I just have to accumulate 85 points. Now this means that I'll probably have to visit this shop for another 3-4 times, and I'll be able to accumulate those 85 points again. So such a wow thing. Now, if it is so, you may take your friends and family again to the shop in order to get those 100 points accumulated in your card, and by the purchase that you will make, you will be earning these 100 loyalty points. Now, just think of it. What you did, what the customer care center did, they're making you a repeated customer. They're making you a repeated customer by bringing you again to the shop through this loyalty card. And that's when this customer retention has taken place, right? So same thing. That's what is about customer retention. Another step. Now, you told your friends and family, everyone is interested in visiting this new shop. They go to the shop, and now your wife, she is very much interested in looking at some other products which are there, which are some leather bags. Now see, what has happened? A transition from shoes to leather bags. And that's when first thing, your wife came there. So she's a new customer altogether, right? So there is customer expansion at the first place. Now this customer expansion, this happens through new customers plus through the old ones also. Now how? So there are two concepts here. There is a concept of upselling, and there is a concept of cross-selling. Now what about this? So I said that you purchased for the first time a pair of shoes. Now the next time when you went there, you may purchase some leather wallet. So while you purchase this leather wallet, you purchase something else, and that's when it is said to be a cross-selling. Altogether a new product. So while you are purchasing a new product or service altogether, that's when it is cross-selling. While you wanted to purchase, let's assume, a purse worth $1,000, but this customer care center person, he is very smart, and he has convinced you for this that, okay, so you're already purchasing this, but I do have a better product for you, and this is just for $1,100. Now you may also think, okay, it's just a matter of 100 more, so why not go for the better one? So you purchase that, and as a result, you purchases a higher cost product, higher cost value product. And this is what is about this upselling. So customer expansion is not just about adding new customers, but it is also about selling the customers with the new products, selling the same customer with the new product, or upholding the value of it, increasing the value of the things, right? So that is what is about this entire CRM system as well. So now you may have question. why and where does Salesforce comes into picture? Where is Salesforce here? I mean, we understood the example. We are good to understand that what is acquisition, retention, and expansion. But where is Salesforce? So to understand this, come to Salesforce now. Let's think from the perspective of Salesforce. So you're talking about where Salesforce lies as a system here. So what happens? Let's think in one more, I mean, the same example one more time, but in a different perspective. Think in terms of this operation house, this operation store, the store itself. Now the store, they wanted to sell these shoes, and they thought that they'll be purchasing the shoes, they'll be selling off the shoes for which costed in some range. Now for this, what they did is that they had to first of all understand that what is the right place for them to sell off the product. But even before that, they had to find out what they want to sell, to whom they want to sell, what and whom. So what is that? What is the product or service that you want to sell, and to whom do you want to sell it? For example, I would have probably given you this example earlier as well. Same thing, I had told you about Parle company. The Parle manufactures biscuits or cookies. And now they know very well what, so when Parle would have started the manufacture, they started with biscuits probably. So while they started, they would have thought that I want to cater to this particular segment. If you look at the range of products that Parle offers, it starts from 4 rupee product to 100 rupee or maybe 200 rupee product as well. So it depends what you want to sell. You need to decide what you want to sell and to whom you want to sell. What was this biscuits or cookies? And to whom? This means that what is the economic segment that you're catering to. So while I say Parle G, which is one of the biscuits or cookies that is manufactured by this company, that is for very low cost, very good in taste or nutrition value. Everything is good with it, but it is very low cost product. So it is for the lower segment of the society. They know their segmentation. So to whom means you should know who is your audience or who is your customer. So the point of segmentation should be there. Well, there are certain high-end cookies which are very costly and that is specifically meant for selling off to the premium customers. If you probably, I'm not sure whether you read it or not, but sometime before there was a survey that although Android has got a huge share over the market, but still the profit that is earned by Apple products, that is greater than Android. So if you see the iPhone versus Android, even though iPhone products are sold lesser in numbers, they hold a greater market share in terms of revenue. So why is that so? When Apple was asked about it, I mean, even if you think yourself also, you'll know the answer to it. They sell a very high-end, a very costly product, and which is not possible for a general segment to go ahead and purchase. In that context, they made the answer. They said even that we manufacture product only for the premium segment. So you see here, there is a tag of this premium thing already attached to it. So they already know whom they want to sell. Right? Segmentation. Now, all said and done, we know what do we want to sell, about any product or service that we want to sell, product or service that we want to sell. We know segmentation, to whom we want to sell, but we should, I mean, this is about our segmentation. These are the kind of person that we are looking for. But who are they? Who are they? How do you get to know that who will be interested actually in buying your product? So to get this who, there is a process of campaign management in Salesforce. I mean, we are trying to understand the various terms now, how Salesforce comes into picture. So there is something called campaign management in Salesforce. Campaign management. Now, what is about this campaign management? As a process of this campaign management, you are able to find leads. Now, what are these leads about? These are all those who may or may not be interested in buying your product. May or may not. I mean, I'm adding both these. May not be interested in buying your product or service. right? You're getting my point. What I want to tell you here is that, oh, okay, we are talking about certain terms. So whenever we say product or service, in Salesforce, it essentially means, I mean, there is a specific term for it, that is product, right? So I do have a product. So I have a product that I want to sell off, but to whom I want to sell off, if I want to know this, I do have this process of campaign management. Now, when I run my product through this campaign management, I'll be acquiring a lot of leads. There are a lot of leads through which I can find out that whether I'll be getting a list of leads who may or may not be interested in buying my product. Once I know that these are my leads, I can go for the process of opportunity. I do have this opportunity management through which I can manage these opportunities. Once my opportunities are ready for to get me revenue, once they're ready to get me revenue, so an opportunity may be won or lost. First thing you need to understand, an opportunity can either be won or it can either be lost. Okay, so you can either win an opportunity or you lost it. So if you lost it, it means what? Zero revenue. Well, if you have won the opportunity, it means the revenue that you're earning here, and on the top of it, you will be getting here accounts and contacts. So what about these accounts and contacts? What are they? Accounts and contacts. So what about these accounts and contacts? You do have accounts and contacts. Accounts means, so let us assume you're dealing with a company. You're dealing with a specific company here. Let me add some bullets here so that it would be more and more clear. Okay. So yeah, so you are working with a company, and there are a lot of folks which are connected to them, and this company will be acting like an account to you, right? And all those folks who are connected to the company, all those individuals connected to the company for any reason, and individuals associated with the company, they're all your contacts, right? Now, one thing that you need to understand is that account may be an individual or for a business. Account could be for an individual or for a business. So we can say it's a person account or an individual account. So it could vary in different cases. So these are several things that we are getting out of it. Once we have got accounts and contacts, we can further go into the process of account management or contact management. Right. So there are opportunities, and for them we have opportunity management. Right. Management. So this is what you do have leads that you can run this campaign management to know who are the leads for you, to whom you may or may not sell your product. You may process this lead based on some lead score. You may have some questionnaire, some criteria. So for example, even when credit card company is called, they may say that, are you interested in taking the credit card? When you will say yes, they will process you. They'll ask you several questions like, what is your income? Do you hold any loans? Something. There are so many questions there. So what is that? That is nothing but the lead processing. And when they call you, that is nothing but the campaign management. So there is a campaign management that is happening, and this campaign management happens through various channels. So there are various channels through which these campaign management happens, like email, web, phone to call, and what happens in this case. The output of this process, that's nothing but the leads. As in case you say yes, you are now a lead for them. They will process you on the basis of lead management. That's what we call it, lead management. And this lead management fetches out the lead score for you. Lead management. So they'll follow you up, they'll ask you several questions, they'll ask you some documents, and as a result, they say that whether you are good enough to be processed as an opportunity or not. Once they're sure that you are good for an opportunity, they'll go into negotiation part with you. They'll discuss with you what opportunities they have, what is a good thing, what is a bad thing, what you need to do, you'll be getting out of it, all these things. And then an opportunity is either won or lost. So either you win an opportunity or you lose. If you win an opportunity, they were further converted to accounts and contacts that we talked about. And if you lose, there is zero revenue. Now opportunity pipeline is done. Again, for the products, well, you know that these are the products that you want to sell off. You won't be selling, of course, in only one place. You may be selling it off in different places, and that is when there is this concept of price book that comes into picture. What about this price book? It says that if you say how to sell off some product, let's assume that I have to sell off a pen. Example. So I have to sell a pen. The actual cost of this pen, the cost price of the pen is, let's assume $100, 100 USD. Now, when I want to sell this pen in India, I may probably sell it for 110 USD. Let us assume. While if I want to sell it off in US, I may probably sell it for 150 USD because it involves some cost and all and whatever it is. So point is that there is a price book. There has to be a different price book that should be maintained for India and US. And that's what will be taken care by this price book. All these things, all these manipulations, all these things that are there for segmentation, campaign management, all these things will stay here. Now, let us assume in case you win the opportunity, it means you'll be selling off your product, right? And in case of product sell-off, you sell product sold. Let's assume you won the opportunity and the product is sold. Product sold. So if the product is sold, your task is yet not done. There is something called case management. Case management means every time you have some request for the company. Let's assume you're working with the laptop and you spill water over the laptop. Laptop is no more working, but you cannot fix the laptop by yourself. You need the help and assistance of the company, and that's where you will go back to the company and you'll tell them that this is what happened with me. Please help me. And how will they help you? That is through this case management. You will be again connecting them through various channels. There are various channels available to you. You'll be connecting them to that. They will revert. They will help you with what all the possible means that they can. And this is where this case management thing is going to appear. Right? So that is what, I mean, this is the perspective in which entire system can work for you. Now, there are various other things also. Like this CRM system, the Salesforce, it will even tell you that what could this customer be interested in. It can analyze your patterns. It can see the various reports, chart, behavior pattern of yours. You know, Amazon, every time you visit some page on it, you visit some product on it, they know that these are the kind of things that you're looking out for. And from next time onward, they'll keep on sending you the notification for the similar things over there. Right, same things. Even CRM, this is again the feature of CRM only. You want to follow up with your client, CRM will remind you of it. There are various things. I mean, these are just few things that I have told you about. So this is where Salesforce comes into picture. Right? So any questions, any doubts so far? Anything that's not clear? Anything that's not clear? Anything you're not able to understand? See, if you're not able to understand, please feel free to ask. That's very, very important if you're in my session. I always make sure that students are able to understand everything that they want to. Right? Because it is for your convenience. The session is meant for your convenience. And you are supposed to understand each and everything. You have to appear for certification. I hope you are all aware of it, that you need to appear for a certification post this. Certification is not a mandatory thing actually, but I'm sure that everyone who is there in the session, they want to grab a job in Salesforce. And in order to grab a job in Salesforce, you will have to make sure that you have this certification. So because every other candidate, I mean, you will be right away rejected. Your CV will not even be considered without certification, even though it is not essentially written anywhere. But yes, this is one of the criteria, because I even go for hiring by myself. I mean, I'm taking interviews for the candidates, and when I do that, this is one of the criteria that we are explicitly told out, that do not consider even the resumes that are not having the certification. So this is what you need to go for. But yes, the rote learning will not work in this case. You will have to understand the concepts thoroughly, and that's why you need it to be, be very, very sure that this is something, this is how it works, this is what is the process. conceptual learning is very, very important, right? So can we go back to the Word page? Here only, right? Just a second. Yeah. On which topic is it about? ADM 201 enough to land in a job. Yes, ADM 201 is enough to land in a job. I mean, it will get you an admin job, administrator. And further on, depending on your project and requirement, you can do some other certifications based on your track. Like there could be a sales certification, there could be a service certification. So it depends on your organization requirement. But the ADM thing, that's a must. My organization, I mean, yes, we do hire like that, but it is for, as I told you, when it is at ADM, it's all about those who are going to work with configuration. So if we have requirement like that, we can even hire that.
Hey there. Want to get good at managing customer relationships? Our Salesforce training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about Salesforce. It's like a toolbox for managing customer data, tracking sales, and boosting your business. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Salesforce Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Okay, so any questions, anyone? Okay, what we will do in this case is I'll give you some time because since it's a first session for you, it would be difficult to grab everything in one go. What I will do is this document, I'm going to upload it on your portal. You need to go through this. I'll be giving you 5 minutes for this. You just go through this entire document, look at everything. Let me know if there's something that is not clear. And post that, we will start creating the instance and some other things that you need to do, like installation and all, that I'll be telling you about. So let's do this first. Oh, I'm sorry. Day 1, Salesforce Cloud and CRM introduction. Alright, so this is uploaded. Please have a look. We will resume in another 4 to 5 minutes. We won't take more than that. 4 to 5 minutes. Please go through that. And if there is any question, please feel free to ask. So let's have a break of 3-4 minutes. It's not break probably. It's just for you to go through your document so that if there is any question, we can take that. So since it's been theory so far, we'll go with the instance creation and all post break. So go through this. If there are any questions, please ask. We'll revert on afterwards. Thank you. Hello everyone. Am I audible? Can you send the link of the blog? Cannot hear anything. Okay, there is a question. Can you send the link of the blog? Can you send the link of the blog? The link of the blog will be sent to you by the support team itself. I mean, the blog is connected through your accounts, through your Google accounts. And one who is not having access to this, they won't be able to access it. And access itself is provided by the support team. I thought probably everyone in the session has already got the access. But even if you have not got it, don't worry, you'll be getting it by today end of the day. So they will send you the links and access rights. Okay. So any questions, anyone? Anything that's not clear so far? Any questions, anyone? There's a question. What is the duration of this entire course? It's going to be probably somewhere around 50 hours something, 50, 50, 52, 54, something like this, in this range, 50, 52. So altogether there will be 26 sessions, 2 hours each. Approximately, I'm just giving you a rough estimation. It should ideally be between 24 to 26. So when we set up the Salesforce development environment, we are going to do it right away. We are going to do it now. So it means a month and a half, correct. It would probably end in first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. In third week of January, it will end in third week of January. So it's going to be 4 days a week, 2 hours per session, altogether approximately 50 hours, 50, 52, depending on how it goes, how many questions are asked, how we are covering with the topics. We need to cover everything, so that's why. Any questions, anyone? Any other thing? Okay, so we are done. Let's proceed. We'll be now setting up of our Salesforce environment. So to set up the Salesforce environment, the very first thing that you're needed to do is to go to the developers.salesforce.com. I'm adding this link to the Word document as well. Now, one thing that you should understand here is that Salesforce, even though it means, even though admin means a lot of hands-on, a lot of things that are point and click, but while you're appearing for the certification, it's all about case studies. So there will be a lot of case studies. I mean, out of the 60 questions that are asked, you can easily expect that 40 out of them will be wholly based on case studies, will be solely based on case studies. Although, I mean, the questions remain the same, as just that they are manipulated in terms of case studies, right? So even though you are able to do the hands-on, but in order to clear the certification, you should be conceptually clear with why something is done, and how, and not just with how something is done. How is everyone knows. What is to be done, how is to be done, everyone knows. But why it is done, what could be the possible best way of doing it, what are the limitations and all, that you all need to study from this Salesforce environment thing, right? So let us move ahead. The very first thing that you need to do is to go to this developer.salesforce.com. Once you are here, so you need to navigate to this link, and from here you need to go to the sign up form. So once you're in this sign up form, you need to sign up for a lifetime free edition that you can work with. Even though it is having all the features, there are certain limitations to this. I will be discussing about this shortly. But first of all, get yourself registered. There is this name that you need to fill in, last name, and an email ID. This email ID must be your working email ID. This is very much required. The moment you're done with this, you will be getting a role that is, you can select from here. You can add some company. It could be XYZ, PQR, anything. It's not required to be a correct company at all. You can add anything. Further, you can add your country and the postal code. So there's country, there's postal code, and there is this username. So add your username, add your name @xyz.com. Now this is required to be in form of an email ID. It should not be a working email ID, that is not the condition, but yes, it must be in form of an email ID. And one more thing that you should know about is, since we are working on cloud platform, this username is supposed to be unique across the organizations. So if your username is repeated somewhere else, it won't accept it. Your username must be unique. You can use same email ID for registering multiple times, but your username must be unique across all the Salesforce organizations that it has. Right? So if it is been having 5,000 organizations, across all these 5,000 organizations, your username must be unique. Now, once you are done, agree to the terms and conditions and click on sign up. Now, once you're done even with this, you will be getting an email in your mailbox on your registered email ID. So the email that you will be getting, that would look something like this. So just let me know once you have got this email ID. Anyone who has received the email ID was filled the form. Okay, so once you have received the email ID, this email, you need to click on the link given over here. The moment you will click on the link, it will take you to Salesforce instance URL, wherein it will ask you 3 questions. First is add your password. Then it will ask you to confirm the password. You have to retype that same password. And finally, you have to add some security question. Now, for the security question is for the purpose that you need to, you need to get that whenever, if for some reason you are logged, you will have to get back your password, and for that they will ask you again the security question. So add some security question which you can remember. Now once you are done with all these things, you will be navigated to this Salesforce instance, which looks something like this. So I'm waiting here. I want your responses. Once you're done, please ping me or raise your hand. Let me know that you're done with this. Even if you are having some organization with you, I would request you to please recreate it. Reason being that you will have to do a lot of hands-on in my session. Lot of hands-on. I mean, so far we have not done that much in this session. We have not done anything so far, but yes, the Salesforce, it's all about hands-on. So a lot of hands-on is required, and I would like all of you to work in fresh instances, so that even if you would have done some setting or something, that would interfere with the new things, right? So for this reason, I would like all of you to participate and make sure that you do it with a fresh instance. All right, so seems some of the candidates have done this, so if you're done, it's good. Please make sure you have definitely completed the process. It's important. Now, the next thing that I want you to know about is Are you people clear about the process? Any doubts, anything that you're not clear about? All right, so if you're clear about the process, let me tell you about a couple of other things. For example, one thing is about this plugin installation. So one thing is that you go to salesforce.com and you directly work from there. Another way is you have a force.com IDE plugin installed on your Eclipse editor. That's another way. So you have this link. I'm adding this link to your files. You don't need to do it right now. You won't be able to do this. This may take you some time. I'm telling you about the entire process that you need to do. So what you need to do with this is that there are certain browsers that are supported to do this. You have to have these operating systems first of all. Once you have that, you have to navigate to the Java runtime environment to get the. There is a question that I have already an old account. Can I use it? Yes, Islam, you can use it, but I would recommend a fresh one because what happens is that there will be a lot of hands-on in our session. So if there is some previous setting that you would have already done, it might take you some time to switch back to the new one. So it's up to you if you want to continue with the same one, but I would recommend to do with a fresh one. You will have everything collected at one place. So it's up to you. Whatever suits you, you can do accordingly. So once you have that, you have to install the Eclipse plugin IDE. I mean, the one that you did, this is a SaaS layer of cloud. You didn't install anything, you just logged in. Now, from next time onwards, when you need to log into the Salesforce.com account, all you need to do is to log into login.salesforce.com. Let me add it here. So the account that you created right now. So if you want to log into this one, this is your developer account to which you can log in with the help of www. Not even that. You can do https:// and it is login.salesforce.com. Right? So once you want to log in with that, you will go to the URL. You will give your username and password. Username should be the same one that you got right now, and the password the one that you created. So once you have this, you will be able to log in. And these things that we are talking about right now, this is nothing but the SaaS layer of cloud, software as a service. This is what we were talking about. Just like your Gmail, you navigate to a URL, you give your username and password, you're able to log in. Same thing here as well. To the Salesforce environment, in order to log in, you just need to give the username and the password. Now, once said and done, you have your username and password available to you. Just a second, let me open it. Yeah. So once that is done, you have to install this other thing that is about force.com platform along with the plugin. How will this work? You have to first get Eclipse in your system. In order to get Eclipse, you should first have a JDK in your system. Now JDK, you know that you can only download JDK with respect to your platform, whatever is yours. So you can find that there are different kind of JDKs or JREs available. You need to download the one that suits you, your environment. Like there could be one for Linux, Solaris, Windows, whatever is yours. You get that downloaded and installed in your system. Once you have installed the correct JDK here, you need to get correct Eclipse from this site. I'm using Eclipse Luna. Let me open this one. So this is the Eclipse organization. All these links are already provided over it. Sorry, I'm using Eclipse Neon. I have Eclipse Neon with me. You can even download this one. Not every Eclipse will work here. So even if you have some previous Eclipse available in your system, please check it. If the given Eclipse suits the support for force.com IDE, only 4.x or later, 4.5 or later, those can be used for this plugin. So be sure that you have the correct version of Eclipse. Eclipse Mars, I guess yes. Just check with whether it is 4.5 onwards or not. As far as I remember, yes it is. But even then, just cross-check. Just for your purpose, just cross-check. Once you have the proper Eclipse installation done at your end, what you need to do then is follow these steps that are given. I'll explain you in brief what is there. What you need to do is you go to your Eclipse, and here you will find Windows. you'll find help. Now in the help, you have here install new software. You go to this and you will be taken to this window. Now here you have to add the plugin information. So you click on add. You will add the plugin, that is force.com IDE, and you will have to add the location. Now this will be a web location that is added here in form of a URL. If you please notice here in point number 3, you have a URL here. Use this media developer force.com IDE Eclipse 42. Just copy this one, okay, and paste it here. Now once done, you can click on OK. And what it will do, it will find for this link. Once you have got them all, you can select both and you can move to next, right? It will calculate your environment dependencies and all. It will find that out. Once it has done through this, you only need to do next, 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 and next, right? So let it do. It might take some time. Okay, let it complete the process. It has hanged from my end. Okay, so once you have got this, you just need to do next and accept the terms and conditions for the license and then finish. Once you have finished, you will finish with the process. It will complete the installation and will restart your IDE. Since I've already done it, I'm closing it, but you need to complete the process. Now, once you have done even with that and the installation is done, you need to go to Windows and you need to open that perspective from here. So Windows, open perspective, others. In the others here, you will find force.com. You click on the force.com and you'll click on OK. So then it will switch to the force.com perspective. By default, Java perspective will remain open in your system. It won't open force.com. And if you want to open, you just have to follow the step that you need to go to Windows and then open perspective and then force.com. Right? This is all that you need to do for this plugin installation. Alright, so if we have to navigate to create a Visualforce page, so we are creating a Visualforce page, you need to go to Setup and then Develop, and there you can find Visualforce page. Let's have a look at that. So if you go here, it's Setup, scroll down, you'll find Develop, and below that you will find here Visualforce pages. So we'll start creating our Visualforce pages from here. There are a couple of Visualforce pages you can find here because if you remember, if you have gone through the last day's video, it included the creation of an App Exchange package in our system. So here basically we have created an App Exchange package that is created here, and these pages belong to that. Now just that I had told you earlier as well that these packages are having this namespace. If you want to create your own page here, so you can write something like my VF pages, and you can add a criteria that to these VF pages you can add something like name equals, or you can write does not contain the name of the package. You can write the name of the package that was there. Let me get that again. This one. So this is the namespace prefix, or you can add a condition like where namespace prefix equals this, or you can write not equal to this. So it will contain all those Visualforce pages which will not have that package. If you want to view all the pages, you can create here one more view. You can write here all without any condition, and you can save it. So now this is your field over here. Now while you have to navigate to your pages, you can create one for yourself. You can write new and you can start creating your Visualforce page from here. Now if you carefully look at the page, it has got several fields. This includes a label, name, description. Now let's have a look at this. So label means the name of the page that will be visible in the UI. Then you have name. Now name is something that belongs to the API name. So if we have something for the developer, that's called API name. You have something called description that you often add to explain it later to the user that how that particular page should be used. And then you have something that would should this page be available for Salesforce mobile app and Lightning pages. If you check this checkbox, then and only then it will be available as mobile apps in your mobile apps or in Lightning pages. If you want to enable CSRF protection, that's cross-site reference protection, then you can check this checkbox. Otherwise, you can ignore this. Now for here, what we are interested in is adding a name. So this is my first VF page. So I'll write first page. Please notice that this is an API name, so should not have any space in between. Once done, if you click on quick save, it will save and stay onto the page itself. While if you do a save, the page will save and it will close itself. That's the sole difference between the two. And the moment you click on this button preview, it will take you to the preview for the page that is given over here. So this is the preview. There was only one line of code and that's what exactly got reflected. Now here we have two more buttons. That's where it is used and show dependencies. Like if I'm making use of a Visualforce page in my buttons, I can see that. Or if I'm making use of it in some some layout, I can even see that. If there are any dependencies, like if I'm referring to some object that is having dependency on the page, that will also be reflected in this area. Now once done, I can go to edit. And there is very important something here that's called component reference. Now if you click on the component reference, it pops out a page for you. Now with this page, there are various components that are listed on the left hand side. It's having a scroll. So please notice there are a lot of tags that are listed here. And corresponding to these tabs, if you click any of these, it will take you to the description on the right hand side. Now here you can find what's the description of that particular tab, and at the same time you can find some component details and the usage of it. So a couple of examples are also given for the things. So what you can do is anytime you can copy paste the things and then you can show to the user how it looks like. So based on that, you can make your user have a good view of the things, or if you want to understand some tag, you can always go back and refer to this reference. So this is about the introduction to the page components. Let us now try to understand the Visualforce itself. So if you carefully look at this, you have something called this Visualforce page. And what this page does is it is having two tags over here, apex colon page and apex colon page at the bottom. Now please notice that every page that you have in Salesforce, it should start with apex colon page and should end with a closing brace with apex colon page. This is something which is mandatory. Let me remove all this and let me save it. Anything if you try to save outside this, that won't work. So make sure you always save within this. Now if you remember, I have told you that we can make use of HTML, CSS, all these things in along with the Visualforce page. So these things can also be made use of here. If you want to add a comment, like again, if you remember, I told you that you can have a comment, either a single line comment or a multi-line comment. So whenever you want to place a comment, you have to write it in this manner. So the comment should be between angular brackets, exclamation marks, double hyphens, and then you can write your comment. Likewise, even if it is a multi-line comment, you can find that this is a single line comment. If you have to write something which is a multi-line comment, even that also will work in this in this manner. If you want to place some HTML text, like you have some data that you want to keep in bold, so you can write B, hello, this is bold data. Likewise, you can close this. This is strongly typed language, so it needs closure of every bracket. If you won't do that, it won't work. So now since you have done this, if you see the preview of it, you'll be able to view the things like that. Moreover, if you write something in multiple lines, line 1, line 2, line 3, ideally you have written it in multiple lines, but if you view the same thing using the preview, you will find that none of these got into multiple lines. The reason being that whatever you wrote, it do not understand a new line by itself. Hitting an enter does not mean a new line. So if you want to enter a new line, you will have to add either Salesforce tags, or you can even make use of HTML break tags over here. Okay. So anything that you want to do that, this is case insensitive. It do not understand anything like case sensitive things over here. And if you want to keep something in multiple lines, you need to add like this. Even if you want to add some CSS, etc., that too will work here. Now this is one brief example of it. But before we move forward, let me just copy paste this thing. Okay, so before we do anything else, what I want you to do is to create a page like this at your end. Okay, I'll ping this entire thing through the chat window. Just copy paste it at your end and create a page. Once you are done, we will be enabling development mode. Now development mode is what? Development mode. Let's see that. So there's something that is called development mode. Development mode. Now what development mode enables you to do is to view your page and the code at the same time. So if you're modifying something, you want to preview the page as well as the code at the same time, you can do that with the help of development mode. And you can enable this from the user page. Like for example, you want to enable development mode. Just a second. Yeah, so you want to enable development mode for this particular page. You can go to setup, you can go to manage users, you can go to user. Now since you are a user here, you need to go to your page, and in that page you will find here something that is called development mode. Here, check this checkbox. The moment you will do so and save it, your page is now saved. And after that, if you refresh your page, now once you have refreshed your page, you'll find something like this at the bottom, this bar kind of thing. Let me take the snipping tool. So if you go ahead and view that, right, so once you have done this, and if you try to expand this area, you will find here that the code that you wrote, that is available. If you're modifying something to the code modified, even that too will be reflected. Right? You need not move back and forth between the pages in that case. Right? Similarly, if you want to create a new page, ideally how you were creating new page, you were going to set up develop Visualforce page. To enable the development mode, what you did basically was you went to setup, and then you went to manage users, you went to user, to your user, whichever user you want to enable development mode for, and then development mode. You need to enable it. Once it is done, once you have enabled your development mode, thereafter it is ready to use. Now to make use of this, now once the development mode is enabled, you can very easily, very comfortably work with that. But also what you can do is, if you want to add something like, so now after the development mode is enabled, if you want to create new page, you can even create a new page without having without having going to this particular step. Without doing this, you can even create that. For that, what you need to do is, in your Salesforce domain, after that you need to write apex / the name of the page. page underscore name. So if you do this, even then you will be able to create this page. Let's see how. So let's see how you can do this. To do this, let's go to this thing. Till ap.com, it's the domain. Now after it is done, you can write the name of your page like apex / I can write second page and hit enter. The moment I'll do so, I'll be getting an error like this. Right? Now to this error, I need to click upon the error link which is given below that. And if you click on the link, it will directly generate a new fresh page for you. Please remember that this fresh page that you created, it's actually a Visualforce page. Right? So that's what exactly we are doing here. We have created a new page using this new thing and using this developer mode as well. Any questions so far? I request you to please redo this thing at your end as well. I'll give you 2 minutes. Please do this. Let me know if you're not able to do it. There's a question, why is Visualforce page used? If you remember, while I explained MVC architecture, I said V stands for view. One way is you do this through drag and drop. The second way is you don't do this through drag and drop and rather code for it. Whenever there is complicated thing that is required, you go ahead and you code for it. So in this case, we are actually coding to understand how you can design a UI using Visualforce pages. Then there is another question. We are doing this in the same app we installed. No, not like that. Visualforce pages are generic. The app that you installed, that was one thing. You have to explore that on your own. And the second thing that we are doing is we are trying to understand how your Visualforce pages can be designed to create UI, which are more advanced in terms of for the requirements that cannot be fulfilled using drag and drop, that you can fulfill using these front-end tools. So you can design a better UI with the help of this.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which programming language is used for custom development in Salesforce? Option A, Java. Option B, Python. Option C, Apex. Option D, C#. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing customer relationships? Our Salesforce training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about Salesforce. It's like a toolbox for managing customer data, tracking sales, and boosting your business. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Salesforce Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Is this thing clear so far? Please try to enable the development mode in your case and let me know if you're able to do that and also if you're not. Questions, anyone? Are you able to do this? Please ping me yes or no. If you're not able to do this, I can explain again. Yeah, so now you click on the error page just below that. Error link below that. You can see there is this, you'll get this sort of snapshot. No, not needed. This page requires the CSRF confirmation token. This is not needed. Confirmation token is not needed. You need to write this URL, domain / whatever is domain, like it is ap2.com, and then / and then / and then name of that / apex / name of the page. Once you click on that page, a new page will open up. You need to click on the link once the error is given. So it's not basically an error. You have to click on the line which is there which says create page, second page. You need to click on that and it will create a new page for you. Okay. Anyone who has not completed it so far? You're on VF page. You created the page. Is this bar visible to you at the bottom? Okay, this one, this kind of bar visible to you at your page. So if it is visible, you can find an upward arrow like this on the right hand side, on extreme right hand side corner. If you click on that, it will expand a short video for a short page for you that has got the code. Just check if you're able to get that. Like this. Just a second. So if you go here, this is my page. If you click on that, it will open up or close based upon how you're clicking. Like if you click an upward arrow, it opens up, and if you click on the downward arrow, it closes itself. Is it done, everyone? Okay, so if this is done, let's proceed. I'm creating now a fresh page that I'll call a demo page. So I'll creating apex/demo page. Now while I click on that, it will open this sort of error window for me. I'll click on the link that is given below, and this will open up this page for me. I can start coding right from here. So what I will do is, this time we are going to understand a couple of tabs over here. Like for example, to generate a PDF. So if you want to generate a PDF, how will you do that? For generating a PDF, all that you need to do is to specify an attribute over here, that is render as. It says render as, and if you write PDF just like that, it will create the page given to you in form of a PDF. It's as simple as that. If you would have done the same thing in any other language, it would have taken you ages to do that. While here, it's just a matter of seconds. You can generate a PDF just by writing this small piece of code. Let me copy paste this code to the file itself so that you can execute them. So this is added. The second piece of code is about this PDF thing. So I'm just copying paste that same one over here. So this is for if you want to generate a PDF, how can you do that? Likewise, if you want to remove the headers, like you have here, you have got here headers. So I want to remove header. So please notice, instead of this render as PDF, I will write show header is equal to false. And if I save this, that's it. The header page itself is removed. That's for removing a header. If I want to remove a header from a VF page, it will remove like that. Likewise, I have something for removing the side window. So if I write it like true, and at the same time I write that sidebar is equal to false, by default it is true, so it will write like this, sidebar. You have to execute them at your end. I'm just telling you about few basic tags so that you can later on reuse them. Right? So this is for removing the sidebar. If you want to keep your sidebar, you need not do anything. But if you want to remove a sidebar, all that you need to do is just click on it like this, and it will work for you. Now once this is done, I want to get them back so I can comfortably remove it, and I can save this thing. And now what we will do is we will create a sort of, okay, we'll try to understand how things work with Salesforce when we create it. Like we are going to understand something that is called page block. Okay, so if I have to create a sort of a page block, I can write apex colon page block. We want to get a look and feel as that of any other page, and that's what we are doing with the help of this page block. So page block is a tag that can help you achieve a page block within a page, and within this page block I can add apex colon page block section. Now to this page block section I can add whatever I want to. This is a page block section. Let me capture it. Okay, so this is my page block section. Now, a couple of things about this page block. So while let me save this and let me show you how it looks like. So this is what is added here. Let me add an input to this. Okay, I want to add some header, so I will add like page block title. We have something called title. I want to write details. Okay, I want to write like details. So this is the page block with details, and I have to add here section, and to this section also I want to add a title saying formula. So when I add this and I save, this is how it is reflected, formula. Now to this page block section I want to add some fields. Let's say for example I want to display the date now. So I want to display the date and time now. If you remember the formula fields that we wrote, whenever you create a formula field and if you want to capture the data, you can do that with the help of now. If you notice, this is what we are exactly doing. We are capturing now. So now the data is like this. If I want to get today, you remember now and today I gave you this thing in assignment as well. So if I want to fetch that data, I can write it within flower braces exclamation mark, and within that I can specify my formula and save it. It will add the date here. Now the things that I have written, that's written in a page block section. But what if I remove this page block section and write it after that in the page block directly? So what I'm doing is I'm removing this page block section from here and directly writing within the page block itself and saving it. Now, if you notice, everything is going in, one sentence itself. Let me get it back. And instead of doing this, if I will apply a break here, maybe that would be a better idea, right? Or if I want to make use of paragraph tags, even that I can do. So this is my second paragraph. Similarly, if I want to add other formula functions, like I have several functions where I want to calculate 7 days from now. So formula, now please understand this, that whenever I will write 7 days from today. Now please understand this, that whenever we are calculating any date in Salesforce and adding 7 to that, it's nothing but a calculation that has to take place. Whenever we add something like curly braces, exclamation mark, it means that something has to be executed in between. Now to execute that, we make use of this, right? Likewise, I want to calculate if 1 is greater than 2. Like I want to calculate if 1 is greater than 2. To calculate this thing, again what I need is curly brackets, exclamation mark. Within this I will specify my formula, that is 1 greater than 2. if 1 is greater than 2, then what do I want to do? Like just the way we write formula, I want to return true if it is true, and I want to return false if it is false, which is itself a Boolean value. Now to close this, I've closed the paragraph here, and let's save. Please notice I'll get false. What if instead of writing false, I want to send some message, like I want to say, no, it's not greater. Yes, it is. Yes, I want to say like this. Yes, it is. So it is a text thing that I want to display. For that reason, it has to be enclosed in single quotes. And then likewise for the for the false also. So we'll write no, it is not. I'll write this and I'll save it, and you can notice that the message accordingly is displayed. Likewise, if I want to do the nesting of formulas, like I want to calculate something with the help of dates. For example, I want to get year. Okay, so what I can do, I can add here the expression. I can write here year, and within that year, I should specify today. Now, once I do that, I can save it. Sorry, I need to add a closing brace. So let's add that and save. So we'll get the year. Now, all these functions that are written there in the formula fields, everything can be used over here as well. Likewise, if I want to calculate the day, I can do that as well. So it's second day of the month. If I want to get something like if Salesforce contains sales. So I want to get this, I can write again the same sort of expression. I can write if, and within this I can write contains function. I'm nesting two functions here. Contains is another function, and I have to specify Salesforce, sales. It will return me either true or false. Now, if it is true, I should write here something like yes. If it is true, I should return yes. Or if it is false, I should return no. I need to close this bracket. So we'll close this here. And then we can go ahead and save it. And it says yes. Now please notice if I change the case of it and then save, it will return me no. Which means that contains function itself, it's a case sensitive thing. Okay. Any questions so far, anyone? Let me know if there's something that is not clear so far. Because to move ahead, it's very much mandatory for you to understand what we did. If you notice, if you go to the setup, if you open any object here, like this one, and if you open any formula field, like you have here this one, in the text editor formula field that you have, all these functions that are listed, all of them can be utilized here as well. So you can make use of any of these, like you have here mid, min, month, all of them can even be used. Like let me show you this. So you go back to the formula and you want to calculate minimum of a value. Okay. So you want to calculate the minimum of a value. So to calculate the minimum, again, curly brackets, exclamation mark, and within this you can write minimum of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And you need to specify the functions as well. And if you'll save, you will get the minimum of it. Likewise, for the same function, what I'm doing is I'll calculate the maximum. Sorry. So if I want to calculate the maximum of this, you just go over here and calculate the max and save. So maximum here is 5. You just need to understand what function is working, how it is working. If you want to calculate the month, you just write month followed by date within the parameter. Likewise, square root. If you want to get the square root of something, let me go here again. And if I want to calculate the square root, SQRT, and then curly brackets, exclamation mark, SQRT, and let's assume you want to calculate the square root of 100. Just do this and save. So even that will be calculated. Point is that whatever you want to create, whether that is a code or that is a, it's just something that you want to create out of some logical function, all these things are feasible to do using this. Right? Any questions, anyone so far? Okay, so if this is clear, let me explain you a concept of controllers here. If you have understood how we are relating to different things, you can see here. Okay, before we explain controllers, let me show you something from CSS. You remember W3 schools? I had given you the link for this. So if you want to make use of any tutorial from here, this is just to explain, you can try with your own. So you can see here, this is the CSS example that is given. You can try it here. You can copy this entire thing that is written from the style to the style, copy this entirely, create a new page. Let me create it as a Apex, and just I'm writing here inline style sheets. Why inline style sheets? Because CSS can be deployed in two ways, either using inline style sheets or as an external static resource as well. Now that will be an assignment for you. What I'm showing you is inline style sheet. You need to find out how to make use of external style sheets in Salesforce. That's assignment for you. I would request all of you to please post on blog how to upload, how to work using external style sheets. You may say, why would we do that? Because at times we want that code should not be touched. Let me tell you that in brief. Just give me a minute. External style sheets. Okay, example. I'm just giving you an example here. Hint, sort of. You can make use of static resources. That's a hint. You just go back, search for what you need and how you will do that. But yes, static resources will resolve your issue. Okay. Now if you go back, I was explaining about the style sheet. Let's create inline style sheets. And if you want to create inline style sheet, just click here. I told you that on every VF page, you need to write in between these tags. So we'll wipe out everything. And within that, we will add the style sheet code that is there between the styles tag and ending of the style tag. Please remember this, that whenever you write code in Salesforce, you're supposed to write within the style tag if you're writing your CSS code. Now, once you have done this, if you go back to the editor and now if you will try this entire thing over here as well, it will work exactly in the same manner. Just a second. Okay, you need to close it here. So this is a paragraph. Okay, this is my CSS first example. It's in white. Let's change the color to blue. Okay. Light blue background colors is not identified by it. Let's change to something which is identified by Salesforce. Okay, the color itself is not reflecting. Okay, it seems this particular tag is not recognized. So it might be possible. Sometimes certain tags are not recognized by Salesforce, it could happen. But ideally, whenever you will make use of any tag from HTML, most of the time it will be, it is something that you can make use of. If by some chance some color or something is not identified by Salesforce, you can always go to this color reference. Here you have some reference colors. Like you have hexadecimal values for the colors over here. So if you want to make use of some color, some hexadecimal color, you can always copy paste and make use of it here. Like you had something called background color. Instead of writing this, you can try using these colors as well. Okay, right now it is not working. Let me remove this. Okay, for now it seems not working. Oh, okay, my mistake. Body tag is itself not there. Let me add the body tag first. So it is body, and let me enclose only the first one in this body tag. Okay. Okay, fine. Seems that the color is this one. This color itself is not reflected. Let me try out for one more time. Otherwise, I'll let you know what is the tag. There is some tag for the black, for the background color as well, which is currently not getting reflected for some reason. Okay, I'll let you know. But we have something to change even the background color. Probably the color itself is not able to reflect here. So let me check with this if this works. Fine. Looks like something wrong with the background color, which is not reflecting. I'll check this and I'll let you know why it is not getting displayed and what can we do to make it work over here. Okay. For now, let's see one more thing. Okay, so this is about inline style sheets. Sometimes the inline style sheets may not be a good idea. In what cases do we have conditions like that? Let's assume that you have an inline style sheet, and this kind of inline style sheet you have written, which is very long, very long, and you can have various scenarios in which this may happen. Like you're having a very long text that you have placed, and this text somehow that does not work for you. For example, whenever there is a style sheet that you have to place on a website. Now, if there is something that has to be there onto the website, of course, if it is for some specific company, they will have their own set of CSS that you need to use. Now, at times, this may not work for you. If you want something like this, if you want something to work for you, still doing the cycling, but this styling, but should not make you think like it's a very huge code that you have written, and it is not all scrambled together. You want to make use of your code that should look neat and clean, so that next time when you want to reuse it, you will be able to do that. So to avoid any issue like that, I mean, to write a neat and clean code and at the same time make use of it time and again, you make use of this external style sheets. Now, one of the major advantages with style sheets is that while you place things in production and all of a sudden you want to manipulate something, you don't need to do it at all the places. Let's say if you have 10 different pages that you're using same styling, you don't need to copy paste the code in all these 10 pages. Rather, you place the style sheet at one static resource and make use of it time and again. Moreover, if you have to modify something tomorrow, you will not have to go to these individual pages to change it. Once you will have modified that in external style sheet, it will be changed at all the places. So things like that, it will simplify your task if you do this way. So it's all up to you. What suits you, what's best for you, you can make use of that. Now on the same lines, if we go back, and if we create a fresh page, let's assume we're creating page block demo. Okay, before we explain that, let me explain you some theoretical things regarding controllers. So this is all about certain UI things that we saw. We'll see more of it when we'll proceed ahead. For now, let me add this thing. So even if you want to open a page, you can do it from here. Second page. This is even a certification question that if the development mode is enabled, how will you make use of that, right? So I want to open inline style sheets. I'll open it from here. I can copy this thing. I can paste it. And this will work for us. Similarly, Control Z. So this is how you can do the styling thing and all. Thereafter, one important thing that we have is about controllers. Now, controller is a very strong concept in Salesforce. We have understood controllers earlier as well in terms of MVC architecture. Sorry, screen is not moving. Okay, what have you missed mainly? Can you please tell me if this thing, were you able to see this part of the code, paragraph and things? Okay, fine. Then I've just copy pasted, nothing more than that. The screen got frozen for some time. Yeah, so the next thing that I'm explaining is about controllers. Controllers is a very important concept from the perspective that it helps you create a UI. Okay, question. The question that I have given you is that how to make use of external style sheets. That's it. How to make use of external style sheets. That you need to understand. You need to write for certification. Okay, the certification question. Certification question I mentioned is that what is the URL that you need to write to create a new page when you are in development mode? The URL required to create new page while you are in development mode. Okay. So the same one more concept that I will be explaining with respect to code is the concept of controllers. Now let's first understand what is controller basically. So controller is something that helps you control your UI plus your table, that is your objects. If you want to control your table as well as objects at the same time, this is what will help you. Now, these controllers in Salesforce, these are used to manage your business logic always. So if you want to manage your business logic, you are going to make use of controllers. Now to do this, there are two ways, of course, the same we had looked at earlier as well. So first way is you make use of drag and drop, that is declarative thing. So if you make use of that, you can work with workflows, approval processes, or if you want to work with escalation rules, these are all part of your controllers only. But if you want to make use of code, for coding you can make use of Apex again to write these controllers. In last session we saw how to write a class, how to add controllers to it, how to work with them. Controllers, however, when you associate them with, so now we have seen all these three things discretely, like we saw how UI is working, how object is working, or how controller is working. But how to interrelate all three of them at one place, how to connect all three of them at one place. So if you want to do that, we have some controllers that we can make use of using Apex, and these are about. So one of them is called standard controller. Second one is called extension controller. And the third one is called custom controller. Let us try to understand each one of them again. So while we have these standard controllers, what they do? So we have some standard objects. We have standard objects as well as custom objects. They can work on both. Okay. And what we need to do, we need to remember for now a tag that says apex::page. And then you can write standard controller. And then you have to specify the name of the object. If it is a standard object, you'll write like this, right? But if it is a custom object, you have to write like apex::page standard controller is equal to, you'll write finance. Let's assume it's finance object, so I'll write finance__C. This is how you will specify standard controller. Now, while you create standard controller, there are some standard functionality or button that are supported. That also you can make use of. If you have some standard functionality or standard buttons, those are also supported. If you want, you can make use of this. If you make use of extension controllers, so then what happens? All the capabilities of standard controllers can be utilized here. And on the top of it, if you want to override some behavior, you can do that with the help of extension controllers. Like if you want to create a standard controller of case, you can do like this. Standard controller of finance, you can do the same thing. And I told you there are certain standard functions and buttons that are supported. But let's assume you want to override that. Let's say, for example, when you click on the button save, the record is saved. But now you want is that once the record is saved, you should also save the corresponding data with an attachment to some XYZ record.
Hey there. Want to get good at managing customer relationships? Our Salesforce training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about Salesforce. It's like a toolbox for managing customer data, tracking sales, and boosting your business. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Salesforce Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So things like that, where you need some extra functionality, making use of the common standard functionality as well, you make use of extension controllers. Now, how to specify an extension controller? That's also something that you need to remember. It is needed to remember because in examination, you often get a question where they ask like, okay, this is the controller which is given. You need to identify which of them is standard, extension, or custom controller. Such kind of questions are very prominent in both these examinations, specifically in developer examinations. So if you want to add extension, the process is very simple. You just add extension. And here you mention the name of the Apex class. Like I have something called case Apex, that's the name of my class, so I'll write it like this. and this will be acting like an extension for my present class. It will be acting like an extension controller. Similarly, if I have a custom controller I have a controller, standard controller for finance, and if I now want to change it to an extension, I just need to add my extension class here, right? And these extensions, they are written in Apex only. Likewise, we do have custom controllers also. If we have a custom controller, and if I want to make use of it, they have to start fetching the value for an object or fields from object directly. So they do not from object using SOSL or SOQL. Okay, you need to do that because they directly cannot work. They do not have any support of these controllers. You'll have to code for everything, and the way you write it, that's something like this. If you have Apex : page, and if you specify controller is equal to controller class. Now this controller class, again, it will be written in Apex. You will have to write it this way. Only when you write it this way, then only you can go ahead and create a controller for yourself, right? So these are three different types of controllers that can be created. This is all theoretical. As I told you, you need to remember how you write controllers. The initial line that will define if it is a standard controller or an extension controller. So if you want to make use of it, you have to remember these things to start working with. So theoretically, are the things clear so far? Theoretically. So if the things are clear, let me show you this one, the standard controller thing. Okay, let's not do it today, otherwise you will be confused. It will be a lot of things otherwise. So just go through this theoretical concept today. We'll be looking at standard controller tomorrow. I'll explain this to you. Standard controller and extension controller tomorrow. For today, just go through this entire stuff and let me know if there is something that's not clear to you. Right? So any questions, anyone? Anything that's not clear so far? Any questions, anyone? Okay, so let's have a look at something that is called case management process. Have I explained case management process earlier? Have I explained case management process earlier? No, okay. So partly we have done with it actually. Let me take you through this. Let me know if any of these portions are missed. Okay, so we are talking about case management. Now, what is a case? We talked about this earlier as well, that case is nothing but an incident. So it could be a customer query, it could be a query, it could be a complaint, it could be anything, right? So we are talking about case management with respect to all these things. Now, while we move ahead with case management, we need to understand the process of how the cases are created. The first step is case inception, how the cases can be created through various channels in Salesforce. Like there could be email to case, there could be web to case, there could be phone to case. We do have various other mechanisms also like social media, live agent and whatnot. There are a lot of things. So we will not talk about that for now. We're just concerned about these main points. Now good enough, we understand these are the case inception mechanism. Once the case is created, we need to take the case through case auto response rules. So let me know if we have done auto response rules. Have we created auto response rules in Salesforce? Have we created auto response rules in Salesforce? No. Okay. So first of all, the moment the case is created, let's first understand the complete flow. And then I'll explain you all these things that are not explained so far. So we have something called case auto response, which means that the moment the case is coming to the system, somebody has to inform the customer that thank you for registering with us, we'll get back to you soon. This is kind of confirmation that your case got registered with us successfully. And this sort of registration, when we do, that's when it is said to be a case auto response rule. Let's see how to do that. So if we go to setup, and here we just search for auto response rules. Okay, we have already created it. Seems many of you have missed previous sessions. So let me explain this briefly. I told you that auto response rules can be created only for two objects, that is for leads and cases. And if you're creating an auto response rule, this means that you're informing someone that the case is getting registered with you. So here we have created one auto response rule that's based upon language. I had given an assignment as well that's based on language related thing. Request you to please go through the previous videos. These are important things that you need to look at. Now, while you're creating a case auto response rule, there are certain entries that are specified. Like if the language on your cases is French, I can add to whom do we need to whom do I need to send and what do I need to inform them. So every time I'm creating a rule, it has to follow this sort of template. Now what is specified in this template? It just specifies the rule order. Like I want the sort rule order 1, 2, 3, which at what number should this rule be fired. I can add a criteria like at what if the language is this, or if I have some other criteria in my system, I need to follow that. Then there is auto response rule on whose name the message should be sent. Like for example, if I want to understand like who should be if I'm sending an auto response, should it be sent on my behalf or should it be sent on the behalf of the organization? So things like that you can specify from here. To do this, you need to add your email in organization-wide email addresses that you can configure from email administration. That's on this side. So once you are done with that, you have to add email template. Email template, as we had discussed earlier as well, that email template will contain some fields that will be merged to your data and will help you to send email across. To send some personalized email, you can make use of this. And if you want to copy people in CC or BCC, you can do that. Now, while you create these rule entries, you can add as many rule entries as we want with some specific sort order, which means that the first rule will be created first, second will be done second, third will be done at third. And then you need to activate the process. You can have multiple processes for there in the system, but only one rule will remain active at a time. So choice is all yours. It depends completely on your business scenario, how you want to go for it. So you create rules and activate any one of that which is most relevant to you. That was about auto response rules. After auto response is sent, you do have case assignment rules as well. Basically, case assignment rule is followed. I mean, if you look at the order of execution of this, first of all, case is created and then case assignment rules are followed. Okay, so if there are assignment rules that are followed first. Now, what about assignment rules? I had also explained this. To go to this area, again, you will have to write here assignment rules. And as you can see, it can only be created for leads and cases. So you go to the assignment rule, and here also only one rule can remain active at a time. Same thing, you will be creating here some criteria on the basis of which the emails will be sent across. Now, what is the task of this assignment rule? It means that it will assign owner to the case. Owner to case. Owner is a person who will be looking after to resolve that case. For that, this owner is done, and this owner, he could be a user or it could even be a queue. Depending upon your condition, you can make use of it. So after assignment rule is done, auto response are fired. If you have any other business rule that would work out, like if you have any workflow or approval process, or if there is some code that is written in Apex, that would all follow up using this business rule. And we also talked about something that is called escalation rule. We have also completed that. What is that escalation rule? That whenever there is an SLA, like if you go here and if you just search here for the SLA, you have escalation rules. So you can create an escalation rule in your system. Steps remain same. You add your rules and then you can add your rule entry. Like if it is rule order 1, and if you want the case to be escalated after 12 hours from now, so you can write that if the case origin equals something like only these cases, for only these cases that is valid, which are phone to case, you can add your business hour appropriately, and then you can set what time should it fire and save. And then once it is saved, you need to add to whom should it be escalated to. Like I want it to be escalated after 12 hours to some user, like I want it to be escalated to the test user and it should be notified using the sales template. So this is the template, email notification template that will be sent out. And the user, if I want to notify the user or the case owner as well, I can do that. Once done, I can save this. So then the notification for the user will also fire. Let me add this as well. So as a result of it, every time, okay, assignee does not have permission to view cases. Okay, I don't have many users in my system. Let me add it to a queue. So I've added it to queue and save. So you can save it to a user or a queue after some specified period of time, and you can notify them using your emails that this case has come to you and you need to resolve it as much as possible, as easily, as quickly as possible. So this is the concept that is coming from L1, L2, L3 queues, the different sort of queues with different expertise, which makes sure that the cases get resolved on or before time. Right? For that, you have these escalation rules. A case management process is nothing but an entire cycle of this. Case management process ensures that as a user, you are able to fix things and then show to at the end that this is what you did, right? So that's what is about your case management process. I would request all of you to please go back and revisit all those videos that explain this. I have explained about it probably in 8th, 9th and 10th session. So since the attendance was low during those dates, that's why I believe that you had missed those sessions. So please go back, check it. Let me know if there's something that's not clear. We have covered it in those sessions. Okay. All right. Is this thing clear so far, the case management step? Anyone who was there in those sessions when I explained this? Rashminder. Yeah, Rashminder, you were there. Thank you. So yes, we had explained this. I want you to please go through those videos. It won't be possible to repeat the things since there are a lot of other topics to cover. So please go through this once. Let me know if it is not clear. I'll re-explain in that case. And also try to complete your workbooks. The recruitment workbook that I gave you last in the second sessions, I believe. So if you go through that, you will find various examples to capture things in that way. So have a look through that. Let me know if there's something which is not clear so that I can explain that once again. Now, once it is done, let's move to the next thing. Now, this was about case management process. And we also call it Service Cloud process. Service Cloud is all about case management. There are various other things also, like once a case is created, it goes, you can go ahead and you can create solution for them. Now, what is basically a solution? We also call it solution management. Now, what about this solution thing? What happens over here? We go ahead and we create a solution for every issue that is coming to system. Like, for example, I have a case that says that, let's assume I'm working for Fitbit, and for Fitbit, there is some issue that has come up in the dial. And for this dial issue, this resolution is that if you fit some screw or something like that, it would work. That would be a solution to it. So whenever there is something like that which deals with solution and all, you can always deal with such scenarios. How will you do that? Let's go, for example, for a case. Let's say here is a case. I'm opening any case in particular like this. So I have this case that's about guidance on material wiring and installation. If you look at the bottom, there is a related list for solutions. If I click on view suggested solution, it will take me to this kind of page that finds various solution, the relevant or relevant solution attached to it accordingly. Now what I will do is I'll open it and I'll view how this works. Like I'll view, okay, fine, this is the attachment, these are the cases, this is solution history. This is how the things have to be dealt with. Once I think that yes, it is relevant to this case, I can select this action and I can attach it to my case. So from next time onwards, if someone will face related difficulty, this case will be shown as a solution to them. And you can also notice that this case is attached to this solution. Right. So in this case, in reference of this case, this was fixed with the help of this. Right. So you can have a look at your solutions that are there in your case. Solutions are nothing but something that helps you to resolve a case. To save your time, often customer care centers, they make use of solution. One of the features of solution is that it is inbuilt. It is built within Salesforce. It is inbuilt solution. They're enabled by default. The solutions are enabled by default, and if you want to make use of solution, you don't need to do anything in specific. They come along with the license that you get for Service Cloud. Okay, so you don't need to purchase it as an explicit license. It comes along with the license of the Service Cloud. Similar to this, we have also something that is called knowledge management. Now, what about knowledge management? This is all the part of Service Cloud itself. That's why we are explaining this. Case management was from this to this point. And we are actually understanding now Service Cloud. We are trying to understand what is there in the Service Cloud. Okay, so this is the bold caption here. So we are looking at what is there in the Service Cloud with respect to, we are looking in Service Cloud, and within Service Cloud we are trying to understand what is case management. We are trying to understand solution, and we are also trying to understand knowledge management. Okay, now once it is there, once we have this, Okay, let's go back. Yeah, so this was about solutions. If you have any solution, you can attach it to your case and you can review it. And you do not need any explicit license. As I said, it is part of your Service Cloud. If you have procured a license for Service Cloud, you will get it. Now, another thing which is similar to this is called knowledge management. Knowledge management. Now, what about knowledge management? This is not enabled by default. If you check here, if you go to the Salesforce instance and in the quick search, you go to setup and search here for knowledge, you won't get anything. Right? If there is nothing that is present because it's not enabled here by default, you need to enable it. And this is also a featured license, which also means that you need to purchase it if you want to work for it. You will not get it by default. This is a featured license and this is not available by default. If you want to work with it, you'll have to procure it explicitly. In knowledge management, there are a couple of features of archiving your knowledge base. What it does is again the same thing. If there is a case and if there is some knowledge related to that, some relevant articles or something related to it, you work with knowledge management. You can archive your article, you can publish your article, they can remain in draft state if you want. I mean, the features that are there that are different with respect to this. So the stages could be published, archived, or they can be draft state, any one of these. Also, you can do versioning of your article. You can remember, you can keep their various articles of your choice as a version. So there are certain basic features that are different from that of the solution management in knowledge management here. Now let's see how to do this, how to enable a knowledge management in Salesforce. So to enable this, first of all, you should have a knowledge user. How to get a knowledge user? You need to enable a user as knowledge user. Enable a user as a knowledge user. Let me show you how. So you go to your name, you go to setup, you go to manage users, and you open a user here. Now, if you open a user in particular, like if we click on edit, we can find here something called knowledge user. Just check this checkbox and save, right? Once it is saved, once a user is saved, you can click on the name, you can cross-check yes, that knowledge user is now available. Let me take you to a snapshot of this. So if there is something like here, you have to enable this knowledge user. So once the knowledge user is enabled in your system, right? So you need to enable knowledge user. Once this is enabled, you can now go to the system and search here for knowledge. And now you can find here on the left hand side, there is this new thing that has come up. If you remember, it was not there earlier, right? So now if you just go ahead and search for it, you're able to find it. You need to enable knowledge and system, which means that here you can find knowledge settings. If you go to the knowledge settings, you can find here, yes, I understand the impact of knowledge management, and you can check this and enable knowledge management in system. So now once it is enabled, it will save your settings and you'll be redirected to this page. So if you want to allow users to create and edit articles from article tab, now there is something, now here the articles that are created, those are called, earlier it was solution that you create. Now here as a part of knowledge management, you're creating something that is called articles, right? There are articles that are created. And for these articles, there will be different property. If you want to create or edit articles, if you want to allow any kind of validation status, you can do that. If you want to allow users to add multimedia content, even that you can do. These things are not possible with that of solutions. You can do that only through this articles. Then how do you want to show up your article? To whom should that be accessible? to whether it should be accessible only to internal users, to the customer portal, or to the partner portal. We have different kind of portals in Salesforce that are called customer and the partner portal. So if you want to expose your data through these customer or partner portals, you need to check this checkbox. Likewise, you have something called knowledge 1. Now, while you work with any article, if you want to auto search something or some title search or some text search, you can make use of this. By default, subject field is enabled to find your suggested articles. Like if I have a knowledge, if I have created a case in my system, so then whatever subject I will place in here, like the one that I had for solutions, let's do the same thing, go to the same one, this one. So I have this one here, and I have electrical wiring installation, right? So if I have this, and if I create an article with something, or in fact any keyword from this subject, then only it will be able to find it. If I don't have anything, it won't be able to recognize it. So you need to create articles like that can search itself on the basis of the keys fields related to the subject. Your language by default is English, but if you want to allow for multiple language support or change the language, you can even do that. If you want to allow users to create article from the case, you'll have to check the checkbox over here. If you want to close the case, if you want to add some Apex code, everything is possible. If you want to create PDF out of it, you need to keep the checkboxes checked over here. If there is something that you want to share with the others through some URL, you can add some selected site URL over there as well. Answer settings. To click on reply and then create an answer for that or some addition to that, you can do that if you check this checkbox here. There is something called chatter question settings. From chatter also, if you want to display some relevant topics, you can add to it. The chatter will be discussing later. There you have something called knowledge statistics setting. So while you create various knowledge articles, at times it may happen that you would like to see how many visitors visited a particular knowledge item or how many users saw that earlier. If you want to create something like that, you can do with the help of this knowledge over here. So there are various things that you can do. You can manage things from here. You can look at the statistics, view articles and all these things. If at all you want to make use of, if you want to expose all these things to users, you can do that with the help of knowledge settings over here. Now, once done, if you want to, let's assume, go back. Let's create a couple of things so that the things are more clear at our end. So go to knowledge, and here you can find something called article types. You can design various type of article types here. Now article type means like different categories. Like if you have a knowledge article relating to hardware devices or software devices, knowledge article relating to some particular area, you can categorize them into various article types. So to create that, you click on new article type. Let's assume I want to create something kind of hardware. So this is hardware, hardware related problem. I want to track field history. I can do that. I can save it. So that's my hardware article type that got created, and as a result of creation of this article type, relevant fields also got created by default into the system. Now here, if I want to create one more field, I can do that. Let me create one field, sort of a text area. I'll take it text area rich, and then I'll take next. I'll say here description. I'm creating a description field with 25 lines visible, and I can go next. I can add visibility for the various profiles, add it to the page layout, and save. So like this, I can create as many fields to this as I want. I can create field sets also. Field sets we discussed in brief earlier, that if there are multiple fields and I want to keep them in one place at one standard order, and at the time of deployment I want to reuse of that, I can make use of these field sets. I can choose the various channels through which the data should be displayed, like through internal app, partner, customer portal, or public knowledge base. If I want to choose any channel, I can do that.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which feature in Salesforce is used to automate business processes? Option A, workflow rules. Option B, process builder. Option C, flow builder. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing customer relationships? Our Salesforce training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about Salesforce. It's like a toolbox for managing customer data, tracking sales, and boosting your business. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Salesforce Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
If I want to place any validation rule, like description cannot be empty, so something like that, I can always do that as well. Then we have page layouts and compact layouts. Compact layouts are for your mobile devices. If you want to modify your page layout, you can do it from here. Communication channel mappings, that is through various channels through which your data will be available to the users. Like if you want to make your data available through email or different articles or URL, timestamp, etc. You can pass such information if you want. For now, we have created one article type. Let me create one more. So I'll go to article type. I'll create one more article type and it will be software. Is it visible now? I'm on new article type page. Okay. Yeah, because, okay, fine. Let me know if it freezes again. So we're on software. We're on softwares. And we can track field history and we can save. So then second article type is created. I'm also adding here another field that's for description. I am again making it of the type rich text. I'm going next, and save. So this is done. My second article type is also created. So that's the second article type. Then you have some article actions. What about article actions? I told you there are different article actions like publish, archive, edit and publish article, delete articles. I can keep them on that. If I want it to be done by some particular user group, I can even choose that. For now, we don't need it, so we won't do that. Then, Then on the same lines, if we go back to, we have something called data category assignments. Let's have a look at that. What is about data category? So normally, data category actually refers to the different geographic locations. So if you have different geographic locations that you want to expose your data to, you can make use of these assignment over here. Let me create data category here. So we'll click on edit. For now we cannot see any. We'll have to create some data categories. We'll go to data category mapping. Sorry, we'll have to scroll a little bit here, and here is data categories. You can see data category setup. So you will have to create some data categories. Those, as I told you, they're based on geographical locations. So you can create it from here. Like I can choose APAC. So, and save. I can choose a new one and I will call it EMEA. I want North America. And I can add it as well. Right now you can find all of them are inactivated. If you want to activate them, there is this key sort of thing which is visible. If you click on that, it will be activated. Now if you refresh the page, you'll find them in active category. Now to a major category, if you want to add a subcategory, you can also do that. Like I want to add a subcategory here. Let it refresh completely. Click on new. And let's assume I write here China. And I can save. Okay, wait, it's taking some time. So when I click on, okay, it's taking some time. Once it is saved, then we can even create a child category to it. Like if I want to create a pack followed by China, India, and so on, I can even do that. So it's up to you. It's up to what all categories you want to add. You want yourself to display in your front end, you can add to it. Like here, I am we are adding a child category, India. Okay, I didn't save that. Let me save this again. So China, and I'm adding in again India. Let's add this as well and save. So then APAC is having these two categories. Likewise, if I want to add this to something else, I can do that. If you want to delete something, you do this. Now you keep on adding as many categories as you want, as many subcategories if you want. Now, to whatever data you want to make visible to any particular user, you can do that. Like here, you have some default data category visibility setting. You can go to APAC, and if you want some particular group visibility, like all categories should be visible, none should be visible, or some custom should be visible. Like I want only India related categories to be visible. So I'll save this, and then only those categories which are related to India, those will be visible through this category group. Likewise for India and North America, we can do that. Now once it is done, I can go ahead and I can do my mapping in knowledge. So I can go to data category mapping, and I can add the action. Like if case origin equal to, okay, not case origin, let's assume if let me check, where can I add it? Okay, I should have created language thing itself. Let me add a data category group for English. So here, category setup. I'm creating a new group for language. Save. To this, I'm creating English. I'm just adding to, I'm saving it. Now if I go back to my data category mapping and if I refresh, I do have language. So, and I do have, okay, this is not reflected here. I'll have to enable it in my settings also, sorry. So we go to data categories again, and we have category visibility. We'll have to edit and allow for this. We'll have to make it visible for all. Now once that is done, I need to go back to my knowledge and category mapping. To this we can choose language. Okay, this is not visible so far. It will take probably some time. Once it is done, you can choose and you can map all the category according to that field. Once that is done, it is saved. You can add as many category mappings as you want, so that whenever this particular field will match related to that, whatever category or data group is present, whatever knowledge articles are present, that will only be visible. Similarly, you do have here assignments. If you want to which group should be used to assign data, you can use that. Likewise, for here, I have added all of them. If you want to add something selectively, you can do that. Once these configurations are done, you can move to this plus sign, and there you'll find something for knowledge. If you click on knowledge, it will take you to a page like this, where you can find that here the status of the articles. Here the IPAC and related articles are given. Different article types that can be created, that's also added. If you want to create an article from here, you can even do that. Like I want to create one for the hardware. And to that hardware issue, I want to add electrical wiring installation. So I'll add this as title. To the description, I'll add the description that is given. Like here. So once it is added, now if you notice here, there are different categories that are displayed. If I want to make it visible to some category, I can choose it here. Likewise, if I want to make it visible over partner portal, customer portal, or public knowledge base, I can do that. If I want to add it for North America, EMEA, I can even modify that thing. Once this is done, I can save it here, and my article will be in draft status. Now, draft status means if I go back to the plus sign and if I go to knowledge, I can view only in draft here. So this is yet not published, but it is in the draft status. Now I want to publish this. For this, I need to assign it to someone. I can go to assign. I can choose to whom to assign it. I can choose some XYZ date. I can check on this checkbox to send an email and click on OK. The moment I'm done with that, the draft is assigned to this particular user. Now this particular user, when he or she goes into the system, he can check the every detail which is given. If he wants to modify something, he can do that. And he can set it for publication. He can either set it for now, or he or she can set it for later. So this every article that is created here, that has to be reviewed, and after the review is done, it has to be published on the basis of the relevant changes. You can publish it either now or after some time, whatever is the best suited. Like if you want to schedule it for publication at some later time, you can do that. For now, we'll publish it now. We'll click on OK, and now the article is created. So from next time onwards, if you want to view the article, it will be available in your published status of the articles. Going back to the same case that we were dealing with, if you go to the case that we were working with, what you will notice is that the case, if you scroll down, there is nothing for knowledge here. It is because it is not enabled by default. So if you want to enable it, you will have to click on this edit layout, and from here you need to get knowledge. Okay, it's a related list, so go to related list, search for knowledge here, which has got articles. So you will search articles. Now articles are here. You can now save this thing. And to this article which is given here, if you want to find article, you'll click on the button and will find the relevant article for you. As I told you, it searches on the basis of whatever text is present within this search of the subject. So it will search for the subject related article. If you will open it and view this accordingly, the statistics of it in the backend, that will keep on updating. If you want to attach it to case, or if you want to rate this article, you can even do that. The same feature was not available in your solution. At the same time, if you want to attach it to the case, you just need to click on this button, attach to the case. You can, if you want to detach, you can even do that. But if it is attached, please notice that here now we have this attachment sort of thing available to us. Right? So now this article in particular, this is attached to our set of articles. Once done, we can now go back and cross-check. So this is attached. I can go back to the case. And from next time onwards, whenever I'll be looking for it, I can find my article in this area. Right? So this entire stuff is about knowledge management. Knowledge management in Salesforce. Any questions so far? Any questions, anyone? I'd like you to review this for a while. Please go through this entire thing once again. You will have to first of all enable knowledge management in your system. Do this once. Let me know if you're able to do this. Try to read through the things and try to understand what is each of them is meant for. Let me know if something is not clear. Okay. Have a look. This is from your Service Cloud. It is one of the important aspects of Service Cloud, so you need to be very, very careful while understanding this. Go through this. Let me know if something is not clear. I'll explain that again. There is a question, does every organization uses this feature? The answer is no. That's why it is a featured thing. It is only used by those which are into Service Cloud. Those after sales thing, the support kind of work, they only make use of it. So not everyone will be using it. It's only the feature of Service Cloud. So we do not have any question, it seems. Again, if you have anything, if you're not able to do something, do let me know. This is important. Important in the sense it is used in at many places. You can find this. One such example that I can show you is from the Adidas website. So Adidas has got this feature in the Service Cloud. If you want to see this, you can find it on Adidas. You can find it in Dell as well. Let me see if they have not removed the link so far. Then you can see this. Let me just check quickly. So it's help and customer support. Okay. Seems the link is now removed to some other place. Let me just check once. If I'll be able to find it, I'll show you. They had a place from where they can, if there is any request like that, like if you want to raise a case, they have created a web to case sort of form here, and through that web to case sort of form, they are collecting the user responses. They are capturing those user responses into the system, and for whatever complaints or solutions they have, they are opening up a knowledge pop-up sort of thing. It peeps into the knowledge of the Adidas Salesforce knowledge management system, and it fetches the various data that is relevant to the subject that you state out there. On the basis of that, it shows us. But right now, it seems they have removed the page. Okay, seems I found it. Just a minute. Okay. Seems it's not visible. Just try to fill in the form if this gives you a pop-up. That pop-up is actually from Salesforce if that appears, but it seems that the old page is removed. There it had a proper pop-up that looks into the Salesforce knowledge management system, and it finds out relevant solution with respect to the complaint. And then there are two buttons which are given at the bottom that says, yes, my task is done and I don't want any more insights. So if you say that, the case automatically gets closed into the system, and the case that you had seen, all those cases that you opened actually, all those articles that you opened, that gets automatically attached to the case, which means that they get to know that this particular article was relevant to that particular case. Now, if you say no, my problem is yet not resolved, and if you have looked through any of these cases, again, same thing, it will attach to the case, but this time the case will not get closed. Rather, an auto assignment rule will fire, and this assignment rule will send the case details to a particular sales agent, and he'll be looking forward into this. Right? So this is one of the ways through which this particular request can be catered to. So any questions so far? Any questions, anyone? Have you understood the process here? I'm not able to show you that link because it seems they have changed it and now they have removed it. So that link itself is not visible. Okay, any other question, anyone? Anything that's not clear? Okay, if this is clear, let's have a look into one more thing that's called chatter. So we have something called chatter. Now Chatter is again a collaborative tool. Chatter is not specific to just Service Cloud, but it's a generic collaborative tool that every other organization can use. Collaborative tool. Now, why do we need Chatter? What is Chatter basically? So if you go here, you can navigate to any of the standard apps like Sales, and you can find here Chatter. Now what Chatter does is once you click on this will take you to a page like this. Now if you closely notice, this is your name, your organization name, and this is your name. You can attach your photograph over here. You have this Facebook sort of page where a lot of things are posted. How this got posted, I'll explain. For now, please notice this is something kind of Facebook page that is there. What it does is that if you follow something or if you follow some user, so whatever activity they do, that gets automatically posted here. Like that, if you want to connect with something, you want to, let's say for example, you're following an opportunity. And for that opportunity, you want that whatever progress is happening on that opportunity, you should get to know about it. So what you can do is you can go to this feed area, show feed, and here you can find this follow button. If you click on that button, you start following that opportunity automatically. Now, whenever there will be any change happening over this particular opportunity, like you can see here, okay, and now if you go back to the Chatter, refresh the page, for anything to happen, the field must be available in track feed. So if feed tracking is not enabled, it won't show up. Let me just check. Yeah, so now if you can see, since this feed tracking was enabled for that particular field, we got the changes here in the feed. So every time there is something that you want to follow up, you can always add them as a part of Chatter. Moreover, if you want to send, you want to create a group, let's assume, you can even do that. How will you do? So here you have groups on the left hand side. If you want to create a group for your Chatter, you can do it from here, new group. You can add your group like opportunity ABC. So ABC opportunity is something that you want to follow, and these are the folks who will be working through that. You will not do an auto archiving if no one is doing any activity over it for 90 days, and you can make it public so that everyone can join in. Private so that only members that can see the update, and for membership anyone needs approval. If you want to allow it for customers or if you want it to be broadcasted only. So choice is yours, and then save. So this opportunity is created. Group is created. Now to this group, if you want to add members, you click over here, add members. You click on the button and you start adding members to this. So this Chatter expert is now the part of this group. Likewise, if you want to add more, you can keep on adding from here. Okay. So these are the members of the group. If at all you want to address some specific person, you can write @ and then you can start writing the name of that user. And if you can notice, this appears here. This is the test user. You can click on it, and now whatever message you will put here, hello test, please let me know the progress. So what is the advantage? So once done, this test user will be sent an email, and he will be notified that this message has come to you. Let me show you this. So you go to setup, you will go to users page, you will go to this test user login, you'll go to the Chatter page of the user. So someone invited you, you saw that message, this guy invited you to that group. And if you notice now, you can see here, you got added to this particular group, and now you're the part of this group. So if there is any message that will posted, okay, it didn't appear over here. Let me log out from here. Let me cross check once again. So go to Chatter. Okay, it seems probably it may take some time. We have posted with respect to something. This is as per the group. Let me do one thing. Let me go to feed and let me post from there. Iterate, test, user. Okay, so whenever you make a post, check this. iterate, test, user. Here is something called my follower. To whom do you want to send it to? To my follower or to a group? So be very, very sure where you are posting it. Like you are posting it to the followers. Flexible, anything. I mean, I'm just posting. So whatever it is, just share. And now if you go back to the user and if you log in through that, go back to the chatter, all of them will start appearing onto the chatter page. So basically, if there is one user or a whole lot of set of users, you can always attach them to this. You can even create some topics. If you have any topics that in specific you are talking about, you can even view that. Right? And for now, we do not have anything. But as such, if whenever there is something that you want to talk about, you can always do that. You can follow people. You can follow topics. You can create groups, add people to the group, and just like Facebook, where you can go ahead and you can configure if you should receive some email for your things or not. You can do the same thing from here to here, this thing as well. You can add a post, you can add a file, you can add an event. If you want any contact, log call, opportunity, add any poll or anything, you can do all these things over here as well. Feed tracking. This was one of the important things. We had seen this earlier as well. If you just search here for feed and tracking, you will find that within chatter you have something called feed tracking. Or just search here for chatter. When you search for chatter, you have various things like chatter settings, publisher layouts, feed tracking, influence.
Hey there. Want to get good at managing customer relationships? Our Salesforce training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about Salesforce. It's like a toolbox for managing customer data, tracking sales, and boosting your business. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Salesforce Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So influence is how much of control do you want over the activities of other user. You want to calculate that there's so and so number of posts that are sent by so and so, then your ranking for those should change, or you should be notified, or caution should be sent. On the basis of that, you can configure this influence sort of thing. If you don't want anything like that, just search here for chatter once again. There are various other things as well. Like you have feed tracking. This is important, the feed tracking. So if you want to add a feed for a particular object, like if there is an object called customer, and if there is any change in customer ID or owner or any of the related object, do let me know through the feed. So you need to enable this feed tracking. Once done, then only you'll be receiving any kind of notification about that. So this feed tracking has to be in specific enabled for it. Chatter, again, I'm repeating what it does. It allows you, as a collaborative tool, it allows you to collaborate with the people in your organization without having you to switch in between back and forth in between your mails and all. Every notification, everything, it will be reaching out to you directly related to some particular, like for example, I want some information to be displayed with respect to this contact. I want to notify you about something. I can straight away write in the feed for this post, and as a result, what will happen? You will be directly notified. So if you write to this contact, @test user, check this, share. And now when this test user will log in, If you go to chatter, the user with respect to the link is also given, right? So what is basically happening? It helps you to save your time. I mean, CRM system is all about saving time, better response, request response management, and all these things. If you want all these things to be at one place, this is what can come to your rescue. So chatter, as I told you, it's a collaborative tool that helps you to collaborate with the various folks in your organization. If you want to navigate to chatter, there are a few features like feed tracking, influence, group creation that you need to know. Influence, group creation, follow user, follow group, or post. These are the things that you need to know about. Well, not post, but basically record. You can always reply on top of this. This is more like your FB page, what you have. Same thing, but in a better way, in a more productive manner, you can make use of this. So that's what is about it. Any questions, anyone? Any questions here? We have seen so far case management, solution management, knowledge management, and we looked into chatter as well. Chatter is a tool that is available across all these platforms. I mean, even if it is Sales Cloud or Service Cloud, you'll be looking into it. That's why I have specifically mentioned about it. Now, what is content in Salesforce? So here, when we say content management, we are basically talking about anything that you can upload as a document that you can search, preview, have a look at, and allow tagging. You can add them to different libraries and allow users to access them through different privileges that they need to access. Now, in that context, we are going to look at the content management. And to work on this, you can refer to this document. This is a good document that has explained almost everything related to content management. Most of it you will be able to complete. Other than that, if you want to code, let's assume, there is some custom functionality that is not satisfying your requirement, even that too you can do. So there's nothing wrong about it. You can even code with the help of this. So no issues, we can now proceed. So this is about the content management that we are going to look into. Content, as I said, this refers to every resource that is viewable, searchable, and you can add them to the library and add appropriate users and functions related to that. Let's have a quick look at this through the interface. So if you look over here, and if you look at the user, if you go to the user, so here on the user page, you open your own user, and when you will do that, and if you scroll down, you will find here Salesforce CRM content user as checked. Now, what is meant by this check option? If this user is not checked, first of all, CRM content is a licensed feature functionality, licensed functionality that is available. And in order to make use of this, you must have this checkbox checked over here. So let me add it here. We have this content management as a featured functionality. So this is a featured functionality, and since it is featured, the user page, so you need to enable it explicitly from the user page. Now, once it is enabled, the user who is enabled as a content user or content management user, they can go here in all tabs and they can start searching for content. And if you notice here we have something called content. Or what you can also do is in the drop down here you will find an application called content. If you have not deliberately hidden it from your profiles, you will be able to find it here. So let's open this. And now if you see here at the top there are certain things that are listed like charter, libraries, content, subscription, reporting, snapshot. Right? If you remember, we had already talked about charter earlier as well, that whenever there is any any file, anything, any post that you want to share with your friends or those of your project members and organization members, you can do that through Chatter. And this is basically a collaborative tool that will help you to enhance the set of tools that you can access in one go. So this was about Chatter. It is basically the part of your Chatter functionality, but you can also make use of them through the content. Now, the next thing that you have here is about libraries. Now, what is a library? This is your library that is by default there. You won't find any library here. This is something that I added. Now, if you want to work in this library, all that you can do is you can click on new and you can start creating your library. Like for example, I'll create mine. So in library, whatever documents you add, those will be the part of this library. And then this document to this library, if there is a member who's added here, like I want to add few members who is like Arthur Song, I want to add him. I want to add some public group, I can add them. If I want to add some standard users, I can add them as well. If I want to add custom portal managers, if there will be any, I can add that as well, and partner users, that too. If you remember, we created partner portal and customer portal. The library and content are even accessible to them if we allow them to do that. So this is one of the setting anyways, but yeah, you can do that if you need. And then once added, you can click on next. You can confirm what kind of permissions they can have, like they can have author, viewer, or library administrator permission. So what are they basically? So author means that you can go ahead and you can write something. Viewer means read-only permission. While the library administrator, he can delete, he can modify, he can send a document from one library to another. So things like that. So we want all these users to have viewer permission, this one to have author, and admin will be admin users. That's a group. So that's it. I'll say save, and these are the users who are added to my group. And they are the people who are going to now access my application here. Now when I do this, and if somebody wants to contribute to this library, they can click over here, and that's called contribute. So then whatever file a person wants to add, like I want to add this document, day 20 document here, I'll upload. And I will have to add here a title for the document, like say day 20, some description. Day 20 session files. You can save it in your private library or you can publish it to a shared library. So I can see here there are two libraries. One was something that I created yesterday, and there is another library that is created today. So I've added here, I can add the author name. I can add some tags. Now please notice that I can add some tag. I'm adding here day 20. Okay. And I can select here record type. It could be general. You can see here something called account. This is not a standard field. This is something that I had added. So let me not add anything here and let me just publish this. So once done, I can view the content. And now if you carefully notice, it's the tag that is given. It's the author, it's the version, it's feature. And here you can see the preview of the document. See how nicely the document is uploaded, right? If any user wants to write any comment, or if someone wants to update the version, like for the same document, I have a newer version available, I can get that. So then it's the version 2 which will be available from now onwards, and the previous one will be overloaded. Likewise, if someone wants to download this content or who has downloaded it, you can get the list of that. Subscribers, if somebody is subscribed to this to access if any changes, if there is anything. Content packs, if there is if it is particularly added to any content pack. This is almost kind of a folder structure, you can say. So basically you can add your details from here. You can add upload, update, edit, delete, or you can share it with another library or move to another library. Since you are an administrator, you have flexibility of doing all this thing. Now, if somebody reads the document and he or she likes it, he or she can go ahead and like the document or dislike the document as and when the case is. Now, as I told you that these fields is something that I have added. So if you want to see how this got added, so we can go to setup for this. And here in the setup area, if you quickly search for files, what you will notice is that you have file settings here. It is called Salesforce files. So if you just look at here are certain settings, right? And there is a content version, content document, and all these things. And below this you have field. So if you open this fields, you can see here that I created yesterday a couple of fields. If you remember, yesterday I created a namespace as well and added it as a managed package. As a result, what has happened? So everything that I'll be creating from now onwards, that will have the API name of like this, right? So the API name will automatically be replaced at all such locations in this manner, right? So this is what I mean. This is about the content version, the fields, and yes, this is called content version. So not today, but tomorrow we'll be learning about how to write triggers and all. So if at all you want to write a trigger over a content object, you will be writing it on this content version. Content version will be the object for this. If you want to add any other field, you can add over here, right? Any kind of field dependency, any kind of custom fields that you want, you can add from here. And all these fields will be displayed in the content, in the additional information, right? Any questions so far? Anyone? Any questions? Anyone so far? Okay. So there are no questions. Let's go back. So this was one of the content that is uploaded. And we can find it within the content. If I go back, I'll find it here in the content details as well, right? If I go to the subscriptions, we can see if there is any subscription that is made by any user, any tags or authors or library, right? Then just go here. You can see here on the left hand side that there is a filter sort of thing that is added, this area. So if you want to filter your data by some field, you can quickly do that by just clicking on that particular filter, and will automatically filter your data based on what you have passed. So if you want any particular filter to work, just check this checkbox from this area. Along with this, you also have something called files. So here it is called files. Let me modify this page layout. So you can see here there's this customized tabs at the top. So when I click on this customized tabs, and if I want to add files here, I can pick this up, I can drop it here, I'll place it next to libraries, and I'll remove this reporting snapshot. This is not a part of it. So then I can save it. And if now I open files, I can see all these files that are placed here. If I want to download a file, share it with some people, share it with some group, I should be able to do it from here. If I want to modify any sharing setting for any users or something, I can do all these things from here, right? So files does nothing but all those files that you have uploaded. You can even drag and drop that to this area. For example, so this is the area, and if I just drag and drop a file, that will also be uploaded. So if I want to add any kind of sharing settings, I can do that. Otherwise, otherwise it will be directly uploaded. Let this load. Okay, this is taking a little while to load, so let it do that. Meanwhile, we'll proceed. Whatever files you will upload or you will share, that will be the part of this where you are already given a drag and drop feature by default. So you can do that. You can upload your files to library, within that folder, as you saw that within a particular library, you can give some particular sharing rights, so that whatever, let's say I have some document which is specific to an opportunity, and since it is already since it is not cracked already, I wouldn't like to share it with anyone, so I can upload it to the library, and this will be uploaded here in this manner, right? Similarly, for files, if you're uploading any file, you can do a drag and drop, and that will be uploaded, and then you can modify its property, its sharing features and all that. Then you have something called content. For content, what I have told you is you can upload your documents, you can modify their properties like here, and yes, there is this feature of tag. So if you want to tag it with something like day one, sorry, so day one, or if you want introduction, so a user can just go add as many tags as he wants. Tag is nothing but it allows you to search the things faster. The retrieval mechanism will be way a lot faster than what it had been earlier with the help of these tags.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a standard object in Salesforce? Option A, accounts. Option B, contacts. Option C, opportunities. Option D, invoices. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, want to get good at managing customer relationships? Our Salesforce training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about Salesforce. It's like a toolbox for managing customer data, tracking sales, and boosting your business. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Salesforce Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Once you do that, you can download, edit, archive, delete their content, do whatever you want to. You can print the original version or automatically download the PDF version of it as well. Like for example, if I try to get the PDF, you can see that it has done the feature of automatic conversion of the day one document, right? So overall, it's a very enriching experience, very enriching form of something that you can do. You can search it across your libraries, you can tag it, you can refine your search based on these tags, and this will all simplify your work. More than that, you're also having versioning. So if a document comes up with multiple versions, even then you will have the details for this. So please notice that here it's version 2. So the latest version will be kept. If you want to make it a featured article, so then it will be a featured article, a specific that will be accessible to some specific users. Now, on the same lines, there is one more thing that you should be knowing about, that while you search here for files, you can see here Salesforce files, and you can see some general settings. Let's open that quickly. So Salesforce file settings. If you want to sync your files, so whatever attachment related records are uploaded as Salesforce files, not as attachment. If you want to enable this permission, you need to check here. You need to check this checkbox. Likewise for the Salesforce CRM content. So you want to modify the CRM content settings for your organization. You want to enable Salesforce CRM content. You want to auto assign feature licenses. I mean, this is all features that are by default enabled. If you want to enable anything as such specifically, you can do that. Files user interface allows sharing files with libraries. So from the user interface itself, you can share it with libraries. So let's check this. If you want to enable multilingual search and contribute, like if your organization is supported with multiple languages and still you want to allow the contribution and all, you need to check this checkbox. If you want to enable content pack, enhanced document viewer, or if owners can delete something, so you can check this checkboxes, but we won't do that. So, and then content deliveries. like when the content is there, somebody clicks it, somebody downloads it, then what you want is that the content that is delivered, that must be password protected or without password protected, or password protected is optional. How do you want this security feature to be enabled? You can check this from here, file connect setting. So you have file connect. File connect is nothing but an offline feature. You have files. You remember yesterday we talked about it. If you go to my settings, you have here, and if you go to desktop add-ons, you'll find here force.com connect offline, to which you can download anything and everything. So that do you want to download things from here? So enable file connect and customize it for your org, and enable it for external object search layout. For any external object sharing or search layout, do you want to allow this file connect settings? Then library permissions. So what kind of library permission do you want? If you want to add any other permission apart from the detailed one, given one, you can add from here. And in that you can specify what the user can do, like they can tag, they can deliver, they can attach or share content, organize file or folders, whatever feature you want to do. From here you can create altogether a new permission itself, right? So yeah, so this is what is there. Apart from that, there is one more setting. Let me just check if it is available here. Spot. Yeah, so here is something called Google Apps setting. Just search here for Google's and you will be able to do that. So here, if you go to this Google Apps settings, what you need to do is, it's a business focused suite of website product services that provide powerful communication and collaboration tool. With that, you can make use of Gmail, that is send and receive emails sent to your domain, and stay connected and work together using Google Doc, create online documents and collaborate in real time, spreadsheet in your browser window, presentations, and start page. Okay, so if you want to make use of this, first of all, you need to have account. If not, please sign up. Then what you need to do is to configure your administrative password, Google Apps administrative contact. So this is my contact. And if you have any particular domain, like we have one for ZaranTech, so if I write here ZaranTech.com, just configure your domain and we'll save it. So once it is saved, if I want to activate any settings like add Google Docs to Salesforce.com, add Gmail to Salesforce, add Gmail buttons and links, Gmail Google Docs sidebar component, we can enable all these services from here. Okay, so we want to enable add Google Docs to the Salesforce feature. It is a part of content itself. So you can agree to the terms and conditions and you can save. Now once done, this feature is enabled. And now if you go back to your content or files, and if you check here, no, there is actually, now we have this option here. Let me just check this again. So if we go here, share my link. Yeah, please notice that if you want to, okay, no, it's not there. Okay, ideally what happens when we enable this feature of add Google to Salesforce.com, so then whatever documents you have, that documents you can even share with your with some particular contact that is there. Like if there is a Google Doc that is there, if you want to share it with some user, you can easily share that with the help of these Google Docs. Right now, I'm not sure why it is not visible here. Okay, might be something wrong. I am not able to find what is wrong over here. Let me just go to library once again. Yeah, sorry, here it is. Add Google Doc. So now if you have a URL, if you want to add a URL as a Google Doc, you just contribute. So wherever you want to publish, you want to share, add it to your shared library. I told you you can have multiple language support. Just give me a minute. Yeah, so you can have a multiple language support. You can publish in which language you want to publish it. You can add tags to it, and that's it. You can publish. So then your document is published. You can view the content, and that document will be available here. Since it's a link that's not valid, that's why it's not representing here. But if it is a Google link, it will be available here. Let me try with that. So gmail.com. So since we have added the domain as this one, so this is ZaranTech's domain, and for the Google Doc, we can share some document from here. This is the link for my Google Doc. I can make use of this. Or let me just check if they provide any other link here. Okay, let me just pick this one, copy, and you need to actually provide a proper link. If the link is not proper, it won't work. So let me go back again. Yeah, I'm trying to add a Google Doc. We're pasting contribute. No one has downloaded this content. Okay, it's not displaying it here directly. Publish to the library. Okay, it's not getting loaded. It's not getting loaded, but yes, if you have a document, you can upload it by this means. So anyways, you can upload a proper document with a link and check this. Then I have one more thing that I need to explain. That's about the content folder. Create new content pack. So you can see here there's this content pack. You can create your own content pack from here. So if you want to upload something in this content pack, so you have to first of all drag and drop your library files here, anything that you want to upload. Same thing, nothing new. Okay, it's not allowing to drag and drop. Okay, so now it got uploaded. Okay, somehow I'm not able to drag drop to this area for now, but we can drag and drop our files. We can add it to the area and then we can just save it, and this will automatically be created as our content. You can name this content this content pack something, and that you can specify in this area. So that's it from the content thing. This is all from the content. What you can do, how you can create different content, how you can share them with each other. So any questions, anyone? Any questions here? So with this content, as I told you, what you can do, you can create, you can share, you can view some document if you want to search some document. All these features are accessible as a part of this content management. Yeah, so that's all about it. Yeah, you can create your own libraries. Libraries will allow you to for the sharing of it, and you can also share them through Google Docs. So you can allow sharing for the Google Docs. All these features that I have explained you right now, they are all available as a part of the Salesforce CRM content implementation guide that's shared with you. You can go through this entire thing if you want once, and then you can make use of it. One more thing that is there is that the content that you upload here or you work with, that you can share with your with others as well. There is a thing for File Connect setting. Can you please explain that? So File Connect, so first thing is here, if you go to this area, My Settings, and if you go to Desktop Add-ons, you have this Force Connect Offline. So if you want to enable any feature to be downloaded offline into your desktop, in your local area, in your local machine, that you can do from here. And that File Connect feature, it also even allows you to access the things offline. So without, so you can directly download to this offline feature or connect offline. It will be available in your desktop in offline mode. That is the same thing that is talking about there as well. So you just need to allow a checkbox that will enable it to save to these locations. Right. So, any other question, anyone? No, not all the contacts will download offline. That is all only related to content, not with contact. If you want to get the details of the contact, you can make use of data loader. Okay, what is it? Can you tell me what's the question? Materials on Google Drive is a lot of mess. Which one to study? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, there is no document specific as such, but these are all related to one another, and more than that, they're all same. There is not much difference in each of them. If you go through a couple of documents, after that you'll find that the things are all similar. And this File Connect thing, as we were talking about right now, they're mainly to share and collaborate. So if you want to download it locally, or you want to share it through Chatter or community, or through files, any file resources, you can do this with the help of this feature that's about the File Connect. And as far as the Google Drive is concerned, you will have to go through that. There is no escape to it. And all those documents, they're nothing but they're all created by those who have given the examination recently. So if they find some questions there, they collate it and they upload it. So, I mean, there is nothing like someone in specific you have to go for. You can skim through once and then you can see that most of the questions that you'll study for once, most of them will remain same afterwards. Okay, so any other question, anyone? Yes, it needs to organize, but I don't have access to this. This is the, I just have view access, not modify or organize access for that. So I cannot do this. This can only be done by the backend team. So if you want any help in specific, you will have to connect with them. But yes, all those files, there's nothing as such favorite over there. All of them are useful. That's how it is. Okay. All right. So then let's move ahead. Okay, so then I need to explain you one more thing, and it is about emails with the email template with Visualforce. If you remember last time we had seen okay, for Files Connect, I want to tell you one more thing here, that File Connect is basically used for integrating with cloud-based external data sources. It's available in all editions, but when you want to do this for on-premise solutions, for on-premise file sources, you must have Enterprise or above edition. So for that, you may need to pay some extra cost. So this was one thing that I had missed in between. The next topic that I wanted to cover now is related to your email templates. So actually we have 20 minutes. Okay, let's go with this, creating email templates. So how you do that? So what's an email template basically? So I told you that email templates are something that will automatically do the merge thing. So a merge feature is automatically there. For example, you have to send some personalized emails to, let's say, 500 folks, and it's definitely not possible to create each email by yourself. So then what you will do, you will just create the email and you will update it with the detailed information and with whatever is specific to a user. You can make use of the merge thing that we talked about. So now, with respect to that, we have something called Visualforce email templates. So if you go to Setup Communication Templates, you'll find here email templates. Let me just go here. Okay, so the next thing that we are looking at is Visualforce email templates. So for this Visualforce email templates, what's the difference between other email templates and Visualforce email templates? So at times we may have to create some dynamic data along with dynamic information. Now, although this merge feature is there, but it connects with a specific record. And it's not that very much dynamic. Like, for example, I'll give you a problem statement. Just try to analyze this and let me know if you can cater it otherwise. Like, you have to create invoice. You have to create an invoice with details of all the product that you purchase. Details of all products that you can purchase. Okay, so, and you need to send it to the people around you, whosoever you are addressing. Like, you need to send it to your customer who has placed the order. To send to a customer.
Hey there! Want to get good at managing customer relationships? Our Salesforce training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about Salesforce. It's like a toolbox for managing customer data, tracking sales, and boosting your business. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Salesforce Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Right. So yeah, so you need to send it to customer who has purchased it. And as we were talking about this, the Visualforce email templates. Sorry. So what happens with other email templates is that you can attach an attachment to it, but those attachments are more or less static. While if you create in Visualforce email templates, you can create some dynamic attachments here. Right? You can create some dynamic attachments that will really help you to send the data across to the users. Now on that lines, let's have a quick look at this. If I need to create a template, I'll click on New Template. I can click on Visualforce. I can move next. And I can add the folder to which I want to attach it to. I'll mark it available for use. I'll add here email template name. That is, let's say VF temp. And you can give it some name, some encoding format, and you can add some subject. For now, I'm adding some random subject. I can add my recipient type, which could either be a contact, user, or a lead. Either of these. I can add some related to type, like for which I'm sending off the email across. So if I'm sending it for cases, I'll select here case. I'll click on save. So once done, I can now go ahead and I can attach, I can edit my email template. So if I click here, I can see a template like this. Now let me just copy paste this thing here and let me just explain you about the different constructs. If this topic won't be covered today, I will be taking up this topic again tomorrow. But this is something for you to understand from the perspective of your programming things and all. I mean, with respect to examination, there is only one question that can be asked in developer examinations. That is, VF email templates cannot be used for, you need to remember this, that VF email templates cannot be used for mass emailing. So that's the only thing that you need to remember here. Other than that, rest everything is same. Cannot be used for mass emailing. Now, if you look at this, if you look at the code here, it says, so everything in VF, just like the VF page, your VF email template should also start with messaging : email, and it should end with messaging : email template. Right? The starting and ending point should only be this. You can specify your subject, recipient type, and related to type, and the data will be picked up accordingly. Now, for the body of the email can be of two types. It can either be a plain text email body, just like what you are seeing, what you can see here, or it can also be an HTML text email body. So it can be a plain text email body or HTML email body. So either of these could be there, and it must be enclosed within this template, messaging, email template. This must be the starting ending tag for the template. If it is not there, your message will not be encapsulated properly. So be sure of this. You can have either these two types of body, and you can have this type of template, and the body enclosed within that template, having all the details related to that. Now, whatever you're writing in these templates, it is a plain text email body. Now, since it is a plain text email body, it will have default look and feel related features. By default, you cannot add here any kind of HTML content. No HTML content can be added in this. One more thing that you should remember here is that you have here recipient type and you have here related to type. So whenever you want to address any field from recipient, you will have to write something like recipient dot the field name, like lead dot source. So you will have to write like this: source recipient. Let me just check it here. So this is recipient dot source. And since it's a formula, recipient to related to recipient to, you have to place it within curly braces exclamation mark. Let me just save this to recipient. Just a second. Leads Let me check what fields we have for leads. Annual revenue is there for lead. Let me place it here. Yeah, so if you need to address some field from recipient, it must be written like this. Within curly brackets, exclamation mark, recipient dot the field name. This should be the API name. Likewise, if it is for your related to, you will also have to write it in the similar manner. Curly brackets, exclamation mark. Here you will write related to dot the field name. So here it's case, so we can write something like origin. Right? So if you save this, this will populate the value. So let me just provide it here. This is something related to syntax that you need to remember. And every syntax, every formula field, every VF related thing that you have looked at so far is applicable even here as well. If at all you want to add some kind of dynamic attachment to this, so after the body tag, you can add here messaging comma colon attachment. You can see here it's messaging colon attachment. So you can make use of this messaging colon attachment to add any kind of attachment related data here. So if you want to add any attachment, dynamic attachment, so all that dynamic attachment has to flow within this attachment thing here. Attachment. Let me add it next to this. So messaging colon attachment, it's going to add attachment related data to your email template. So please remember these key points. You are going to get some certification questions from these key points only. There's nothing apart from that. But yes, with respect to the implementation point of view, if you have to implement it, let's quickly create an email template, and let me remove these things that are not needed. Like for example, earlier we created a template for confirmation of the case. So I can write something like this. Case created. So because it is related to case here, so I can write case created, and you can write here the case number. So if I need to specify the case number, I can add my formula fields here. So I can write it there, and I can write case number. You may wonder, how can I get the API names for this? So to get the API name, sorry. So to get the API name, what you can do is you can go to so as I told you, you cannot write case number. You can write here related to case number. Just save this thing, so then it will be visible. Now if you want to get the merge things, that what should you add as a merge field, for this what you can do is you can directly go to communication templates. You remember that there are 2-3 other type of templates where you can find some merge fields. Like if you go here and if you find for a text template, edit, you can see there are some merge fields. So if you go here to the case field, and if you want to see how the API name for something has to be written, you can copy this thing. You just need to copy and paste the same format of data here as well. Just that if it is related to, replace it by related to. And if it is as recipient, you will have to write it as recipient.field name, right? So add it as what is given over there. You have to make sure that it should be same as what is mentioned, right? So it is related to this case, and I have added the case number. By default, this will be added. So then if you want to add some details, sorry. So then if you want to add some email here like hi, and then you want to add the lead name. So let's assume here it will be exclamation mark. You can write recipient dot name. So name, and you can add here comma, and then you can add the case as created, the case, and then this thing, case number, related to what? Related to some subject. So you can add here case dot subject name. So related to dot case number or whatever it is. You have added this. If you want to add any global variable, that you can do. So for any global variable, you can add here things like regards, and you can add some global variable like colon. How you add a global variable is dollar user dot name. So whosoever is the logged in user, that name, first name, last name, that should be populated. So once that is done, I can now save it. And if I can save this, this will be the template that is there. Then if I do send, verify and merge, it will automatically pick up the lead information and the case information, and I can click on OK. And the data accordingly will be populated. I mean, you can write anything over here. I'll give you one more example in this context, but that is a little longer. I'll quickly show that to you. But even if you're not clear, we will take that tomorrow, or let's leave it for the day. Let me know if you have any questions from this thing, because I need to explain you a few more things from this attachment and how you can add the dynamic attachment, how you can make the data flow into this. So this I can show you, but I need some time to explain this. So apart from this, are the rest of the things clear, like email template? What are the body of the email template? Why have I written like related to and thing? So is this thing clear to everyone? I mean, the syntax and semantics or the formulas that are associated, are those clear to you? Let me quickly copy paste this as well. You can refer to it for your practice. One more question from VF thing that you can get is how to reference a global variable. Do you know what a global variable is? Anyone who knows what a global variable is? So anything, so there is an answer, it seems. Yes. So okay. So can you please tell me what is a global variable? Alright, let me explain this. So global variable is nothing but a variable that automatically populates some details as per the organization. Let's say, for example, you're logged in at a particular moment of time. So the user who is logged in, his details, if you want to populate, you make use of $user. For any global variable, if you want to populate the detail, it will be flower braces exclamation mark dollar, then object dot field name. That's the syntax that you will always be following, and the syntax remains same always. It's not going to be different for any other variable, but yes, you can get a question on this for your developer examination. Remember this global variable thing. Yeah, so that's all from this end. Do we have any questions here? We talked about email sorry, talked about VF email template, but I need to explain here one more example that I'll be taking up in next session. Visualforce email templates. So for the Visualforce email templates, and in fact this is a common thing for all of them, the recipients can be, so the recipients can be user, or it could be a contact, or it could be a lead. There could not be anything other than these three. So the next thing that you have over here is related to. So what is this related to? So related to is the record which you need to fetch, the record that you need to fetch. It could be any object like case, account, anything. I mean, it could be anything. And then I also said that if you need to refer to the recipient, if you noticed in yesterday's template, I mean in the last day's template, if it is related to, if your field is related to the recipient's data, you are going to write recipient dot field name. I mean, ideally what it is what do you make use of it ideally is you write your object name dot field name. But here, instead of writing the object name dot field name, what you will be writing is whether it is a recipient object or whether it is a related to object. So you'll write recipient dot name or related to dot name. Now, once you have understood this, you are good to go. Now here we also talked about a global variable, that a global variable which is common to all of the users, for them it's a $ that is used. So within the curly brackets exclamation mark $ followed by object dot field name is what you need to make use of. So this way you can create certain email templates with HTML or the plain text email body capturing details within them. Right, so this was something that we did in the last time. So there is a question, is a template same as component? No, not really. Template is not same as component. Component is something else. I'll be explaining that. Once I've explained the email template, I'll explain you what is a component. But yes, for now, please understand this, that the both are different. Yeah, so this is what is here. I mean, this was something that we did last time. Now, let's have a look at the other sample now, which will help us to understand more in detail on this email template part. So in this particular email template, you can see that the email is something like this, where dear this attached the list of cases for this, and there, if you notice, there is a Visualforce attachment as well. Right? So what I'm doing is I'm editing the template. And here, please notice the way it is written, that's very much different. Let me just save this. Okay. Now, to this, please notice we have added an email template. We have added recipient type as contact. My related to type is account, and I have added in subject something like case report for account, and I have added curly brackets exclamation mark related to dot name. Now, what is meant by related to dot name? Which means that it is account dot name, because here the related to type is account. Similarly, here we have something called reply to. Reply to means that when you're clicking on the button reply, to whom should this message go out to? So I've written no reply @test.com. And then we are starting with the HTML email body. In the last example, we had seen plain text email body. I told you that plain text do not identify any of the any of the HTML tags. So if you want to make use of any HTML tag, make sure you write it with an HTML tag in the body. So you write HTML body and then you specify the various HTML tags in between. Thereafter you add curly brackets exclamation mark object name dot field name. So it is recipient dot name, it's related to dot name, and then you specify the output link value and the link in between. So this output link, this is an apex tag, just like your anchor tags in your HTML. What happens with an anchor tag? So when you click on the link given on an anchor tag, it takes you to another screen. The same thing if you want to do here as well, you can do that with the help of this output link. So you can make use of this output link and redirect your emails forward. Then you have messaging attachment. Like if I told you that you can generate some dynamic attachments using the Visualforce email templates. So here also it is generating an attachment which is dynamic in nature. If you have noticed so far what it is about, so it is actually picking up. So if you just cancel it, and if you try to send this email to some user or contact, let's have a look. So this is a contact. I'm picking up a contact like this, John Bond. or not of John Bond. Let me just pick up another contact here. Stella Pavla and an account. And I am sending this as preview. So then the data got populated, and the PDF, it's also having some data within this. Let me just do one more thing. I'm again picking up the account of Stella Pavla, and I'm picking up this Burlington Textile Corp and sending the preview to my email. So once I do that, let's go to the email. So please notice we have this email here. If I open this, you can see that the content got one after another. It is placed like this because the details that we have placed over here, that details are not captured properly in a tabular format in HTML file. I'll show you how to do that. But if you notice the details, that they're captured very nicely. Let me just copy this thing. Yeah, so here, if we notice, we have this account of Burlington Textile of Corp, and it has got these two cases related to it. Now, what my email template is basically doing, if I go to the edit template, and if I notice here, it is having recipient as contact, but the related to type is account. So whatever account is having whatsoever number of cases, all those cases will be captured within the attachment, and it will be sent to the related contact. I'm repeating again, with the help of this particular email template that I'm sending here, my account, whatever account name or number I'll be giving to that account details, that related to that account, whatever is the number of cases, that will be attached in a PDF, and it will be sent across to this contact, which is the recipient over here. Right? So that's exactly what is meant by this email template. So with the help of this, what we have done, we have made use of this attachment, which will be having this name, and it will be rendered as PDF. In between this, I'm making use of Apex colon repeat. Apex colon repeat is more like page block table. But what it does is that it creates an unbulleted list. It is not having any formatting of its own. So if at all you want to do some formatting, you can do it with the help of HTML. So then what we did, we have captured the variable CX, and to refer to the related list, I have added here related to dot cases. If you remember, related to simply means what? Account. So it has captured account related to that, whatever cases are there, those are captured. It will be iterating over with the help of the variable CX over this Apex colon repeat, and will capture all its data in its number, origin, email, or case number fields. Now once that is done, if I need to add even formatting to my attachment, I can do that. So let's quickly do this. Let me add it here. So I want to create it as a table. You know that in if you have seen so far the HTML from the tutorials that I shared, you would have seen that you can create table in Salesforce with the help of HTML. So you can write table, and you'll have to, of course, close this one as well. So write table here as well, and you have something called table header, TH to denote the table header. So you will have table header as case number. You will have another table header, so you'll have to close this table header as well. So once closed, you will have another table header here. So let me just add some space. So this is one table header. I should have another one. So there are 4 columns. I should have 4 different table headers. And to this, I can now copy paste the value that I have captured. So yeah, so this is done. Case number, okay, case status. This should be status. Status. Now once that is done, what I want to do now is to get the row of data. So I can write tr, that is nothing but the table row, and to that table row I want to add nothing but the table data. So if I want to add the table data, I'll have to add it like td, and in the td I can capture my data here. Sorry, Control Z. Right, so like this I can create here as many rows as I want. So the first one is this is one row, this is one table data, but they are not in different rows but in one row itself within different columns. So I should add more number of TDs to it, that is table data. So 4 table data should be there. One is this, the next one is case origin. And then the status. You can now wipe out what all you don't need. So once that is done, you can now save this and you can save it again. Let's run this one more time. Into this we'll capture the account of Burlington and we will have the contact of Stella. Let me send the preview and say OK. So once that is done, if now I will go back to my email. Now you can see the data got populated with the headers in the manner that we wanted. If you want to make any more changes, you can definitely do that. I mean, you can always add to it, you can modify it as per the way you want. So this is how you can create an entire template to pick up the data at the same time and to attach a dynamic attachment to it. So now every time there is a new case that is created, you don't need to code for it. It will automatically pick up and display it here.
Hey there! Want to get good at managing customer relationships? Our Salesforce training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about Salesforce. It's like a toolbox for managing customer data, tracking sales, and boosting your business. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Salesforce Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.